Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. I am covered in fur. For those that don't know, I've got a white cat sitting on my lap, and I am a big ball of white fur right now. So, thank you for joining us. If you came from another feed, appreciate it. If you haven't, settle in and enjoy the crazy that is Trial TV Live today. So we are going to pick up on Henry Segura, Day 7, Florida versus Segura. For those that don't know, that are new to this trial, Henry Segura has been accused of deleting his girlfriend, the mother of his child, JaVonte, who is now 3 years old, and Brandi's two twin daughters back in 2010. So they had one trial that ended in a mistrial, and that was 2017. This trial is a rewatch. This happened in 2019. So the backstory is that Henry was married. He had 2 kids with another woman. He had about 5 or 6 other women on the side. Brandi Peters was one of them. And this all took place in Tallahassee. He was a welder. A friend of his was doing some work in Afghanistan and said, hey, Henry, come on to Afghanistan. We can make 6 figures. But Henry owed a little bit over $20,000 in back child support, and he needed to get that cleared so that he could get a passport and a visa. So Brandi was brutally deleted. She was shot 7 times, but that unbelievably did not end her life. What ended her life was her face and her skull were smashed in, and she put up an incredible fight. There was blood found in the bathroom, all over the house, outside the house, and in the foyer is where at this point in what we know of the trial, that's where she was found. Blood spatter up 8 feet into the air. We heard from a witness the other day where you would need a lot of energy in order to throw that blood spatter up that high. If it was a small device, small object, it wouldn't. It had to be longer, like a baseball bat. The 3 kids, Tamiyah was shot in the back of the head, but Taniyah and JaVonte were drowned. All 3 of the kids were found in the bathtub. So that pretty much catches you up to that. We are in state's rebuttal, and this is day 2 of state's rebuttal. So let us get started on that. Don't need that again, but I'll play it nonetheless. Okay, I will see you guys on the other side.
Secretary, Your Honor, I didn't know if you wanted to wait until I had the PowerPoint queued up. We're still working on that. I apologize.
The Secretary may standing for the jury. All right, everybody, but the witness be seated, please. Witness, if you would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Good morning, folks. Thank you for being back here this morning. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. We're resuming with the defense case. This is a witness that had a scheduling problem that we allowed the defense to leave their case open for this part of the testimony. So we're going to have one defense witness and then one state witness, just so you're not too confused by that. But that's where we stand. You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Good morning, Mr. Knox. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter.
My name is Michael Knox, and that's Michaelknox.
And what do you do for a living right now?
I'm a forensic consultant. I do mostly crime scene reconstruction.
And can you tell the jury kind of what goes into crime scene reconstruction, what all that involves?
Basically, it's the process of evaluating physical evidence in cases to try to come to some conclusions as to what it tells you about how the crime took place, what happened.
Okay. And can you kind of go over the various types of forensic sciences that are involved in processing and interpreting evidence from a crime scene?
It's a lot of different things. So you're basically drawing on a lot of information from various different aspects of an investigation, whether it's photographs and documentation from a crime scene, crime laboratory results from other types of testing done by various different forensic scientists. It could be, DNA results, looking at firearms examinations, various different kinds of things. And then you're sort of just taking all the pieces and assembling them together to get kind of a cogent picture of what took place when a crime occurred.
Okay. As part of your job now, wherein you interpret and testify about those different types of forensic sciences, did you have to go through any specialized education, training, or gather any specialized experience in those fields?
I did. I mean, most of it comes through the background of having been in law enforcement for a number of years, as well as education and training that I've gotten along the way.
Okay. Let's kind of go through each of those and break all that down. I guess tell us first about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Florida, a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida, and then a PhD in criminal justice from Nova Southeastern University.
Okay. So it's Dr. Knox at this point, correct?
I prefer Mike, but that's fine.
Okay. And tell us as well about your experience. You indicated that you have an extensive history in law enforcement and crime scene processing from that respect. Tell us about that a little.
Well, I spent about 15 and a half years as a police officer and detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. I was in uniform for about 5.5 years, patrol, DUI enforcement, and then I spent 7 years as a crime scene investigator, and then I spent 3 years as a traffic homicide investigator. And so during the course of that time, I've been involved in a lot of forensic investigations of all different types of crimes. I mean, everything from domestic violence cases and burglaries all the way up to homicides, police-involved shootings, things like that.
Okay. Go through in a little more detail, I guess, if you could, your experience within crime scene processing. Tell us about the types of evidence that you would be responsible for not only collecting or supervising collection of, but interpreting as well.
Well, as a crime scene investigator, I would have basically dealt with all the physical evidence in various different types of crimes. And so that would include things like photographing and doing other types of documentation, measurements, diagrams, things like that of crime scenes. And then also processing for physical evidence, processing, say, for example, for developing fingerprints on various different items, and then recovering those. Also collecting DNA samples and getting blood samples, various things like that, documenting footwear impressions, documenting bloodstain patterns, all sorts of things like that that would go into the physical evidence side of a criminal investigation.
Okay, and how about your experience as a homicide investigator? What different than you just talked about with respect to your role as a crime scene investigator did you do as a homicide detective?
Well, I spent 3 years in the traffic homicide unit where I did fatal and life-threatening traffic accidents. And there you do some of the physical evidence aspects of it, but then you also get much more deeply into what I would call more traditional detective work, doing things like interviewing witnesses and people that are involved in various different things, running down leads, and also looking for things that might connect somebody. You could be working, say, a hit-and-run case, and you're looking for evidence that might lead you to who it was that was involved in that particular case. So there it's sort of a different type of investigation than you would do as a crime scene investigator.
Okay. And I want to ask you in more detail about your training and experience as it relates to a few different types of topics. So first and foremost, have you received specialized training, education, or experience pertaining to, and I know this might overlap a little bit with your work as a crime scene detective, but have you received specialized training, education, or do you have specialized experience dealing with crime scene processing, and have you been qualified as an expert to testify previously on the topic of crime scene processing?
Yes, I've been through quite a bit of various different training in different aspects of crime scene investigation. So, including the things I talked about before, doing all the various different processing and of physical evidence, fingerprints, footwear impressions, various things like that at crime scenes. I've been through training with respect to things like bloodstain pattern analysis and homicide investigations and shooting incident reconstruction, things like that.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about any specialized training and experience you've received relative to firearm forensics.
Well, I've been through training courses on shooting incident reconstruction and things like that. And then, of course, I've worked many shooting investigations over the years where I've done, sort of all aspects of shooting reconstruction, including trajectory reconstruction, figuring out where shooters were, looking at, even dealing sometimes with issues related to firearms, whether or not there's a mechanical malfunction to a firearms, all sorts of things like that.
Okay. And have you been previously qualified as an expert to testify in court about all of the topics related to firearms that you just discussed?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many occasions?
I have probably testified as an expert in at least about 100 cases.
Okay. What about wound interpretation? Do you have any specialized training, education, or experience dealing with wound interpretation?
I do. Training-wise, I've been through, for example, homicide investigations course that dealt heavily with injuries and types of injuries, injury patterns, and things like that. Forensic medicine course that I took as part of my graduate degree in forensic science, and then also pretty extensive experience dealing with injuries and injury patterns. Mostly what I do as a crime scene investigator and crime scene reconstructionist is looking at injury patterns and then comparing that to what's available at a scene to have produced that type of injury, the shape of it, things like that. So, what kind of item could make a curve shape injury, or could make a straight one, or could make a round one, those sorts of things. So a lot of the injury pattern work that I've done is in that, in comparing items that are at a crime scene or that or could have been at a crime scene, and then comparing that to the injury patterns that are present.
And have you been previously qualified to testify as an expert on the topic of wound pattern interpretation?
Yes.
Okay. What about blood spatter analysis? Tell us about any specialized training, education, or experience you have as it relates to blood spatter analysis.
I've actually been through several 40-hour courses on bloodstain pattern analysis. So generally, there's a series of courses, one being what's called a wet workshop, where you basically do a lot of stuff where you create various different types of bloodstain patterns and you see how it's created and what happens with that. Then I've been through advanced bloodstain pattern analysis, where instead of you creating it or seeing it being created. You come into stuff that's already there and then have to work with it to try to determine how it got there. And then I've also done crime scene reconstruction courses and homicide courses that have dealt with bloodstain patterns, and have done many cases where I've had to do, to one extent or another, analysis of bloodstain patterns.
Okay. And does that include both determination of the directionality or type of blood spatter you're looking at, by which I mean looking at cast-off versus impact spatter and which direction it came from, as well as the point of origination and force needed to cause whatever spatter you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of blood spatter analysis?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Probably several dozen times. I mean, it's usually a topic that comes up in most of the cases that I testify in to one extent or another, but probably at least a couple dozen that have been heavily focused on that.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your teaching experience. Have you had an opportunity or responsibility to teach other law enforcement officers, agencies, or folks who are going through the process of obtaining degrees on the topics that we've been discussing here? Have you had a chance to do presentations and teach classes on those topics?
I have. I actually just taught a shooting reconstruction class last week for the Institute of Police Technology and Management in Jacksonville. And I teach that class annually for them, as well as periodically in other locations. I've taught college courses. I've actually taught forensic investigations courses at Flagler College and at Kaiser University. And I've done some other training. I taught a shooting reconstruction course for under contract with the U.S. State Department for the police in the Republic of Georgia, and also I've taught in Peru and the United Arab Emirates as well.
Okay. Can you tell us about any peer-reviewed journal articles or technical papers that you've published or participated in authoring?
I've actually authored 5 technical papers related to crime scene reconstruction. One was related to traffic accidents, and the rest have been related to crime scene reconstruction that I presented at various conferences for the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, mostly dealing with some more technical topics related to those subjects.
Okay. What about books or contributions to books? Have you authored any books or participated in authoring any books?
I worked with an associate of mine who actually authored a book on crime scene processing, and then we converted it into a multimedia training format. So basically on a DVD where there's, in addition to text, there's a lot of photos and videos and various things that are used for crime scene processing training.
Okay. How about experience acting as a technical reviewer for other people's crime scene processing and opinions related to crime scene processing? Have you served in that role?
I have. I've done, particularly when I was in the crime scene unit for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I was the training coordinator. So I did a lot of the training, as well as doing a lot of review of various different cases. So I would get, for example, photos of all the major crime scenes that were worked, and I would go back and review those and then look for any issues, training deficiencies, or anything that needed to be addressed with other crime scene investigators.
Okay. In case I didn't ask it for each specific topic, have you been previously qualified to testify as an expert in court in the areas of crime scene processing and forensics, shooting reconstruction and forensics, wound pattern analysis and interpretation, and blood spatter analysis and interpretation?
I have, yes.
I would tender the witness, Your Honor.
Any more time? Yeah. Okay, proceed.
Mr. Knox, did you have a chance to review crime scene photos from this case?
Yes.
And based on the crime scene photos that were taken, were you able to do a reconstruction involving and utilizing your knowledge of each of the areas of forensic science that you've been discussing for the past few minutes here?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may?
The record reflects showing the witness was marked for identification as defense composite exhibit 6A through 6 QQQQQQ. That's 7 Qs. Can you take a look at that and tell me whether that's a fair and accurate depiction of the pictures you viewed in forming your opinions for this case?
Yes, this appears to be the photographs that I used.
At this time, I would request to move into evidence 6A through 6QQQQQQ as that exhibit for the defense.
Any objection?
They are. To be admitted. I assume there's some overlap with what's in
Yes, sir.
the evidence.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Knox, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation utilizing those photos to kind of walk the jury through your analysis?
Yes.
And would referring to that aid you in explaining your analysis to the jury?
It would, yes.
Or I would request at this time to publish a demonstrative aid for the jury's use.
Any objection? All right, you may. If I need to figure out a way to make it part of the record too.
Yes, sir.
There is a laser pointer there, Mr. Knox.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. If you just, Mr.
Would
Knox.
you like me to cut the lights? Or?
Yes, sir, that'd probably be helpful. Thank you.
I guess they can see it. Are the monitors working today? The other day, we didn't know the monitors weren't working for a little while, so y'all need to tell us if something's not working. All right, go ahead, Mr. Fred.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Knox, we'll start here and just kind of let me know what, if any, relevance you attach to each photograph as we go through, and I'll ask you any follow-ups that I have about that. What are we looking at here with this first slide?
So the first slide here is just a photograph of the front of the residence at 908 Saddle Creek Run, which is just for orientation purposes, so you can see what the house looks like.
So that's the first topic we're going to discuss here is entry and exit points to the home?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Here.
this photograph actually shows it's the master bathroom window, which was found unlocked. This is the condition as it was documented. There wasn't any processing done in terms of collecting any DNA samples or fingerprints or anything like that around that particular window.
Why is that significant, and why is entry and exit point? Why are entry and exit points the first things you look at when you start processing a crime scene?
Well, entry and exit, obviously, you're looking for how does a person get into the residence, and then how did they leave the residence. So what you're primarily interested in is things that would indicate how a person could get in and out, as well as any evidence that they might have deposited in that process coming in. Excuse me. As well as going back out again. So you're just looking to see indicators as far as how they got in and out, and then what evidence they would have brought with them as they came in, and what they would have taken out as they left.
Okay, so the first point of access you looked at, this window here, did you say the master bathroom?
Master bathroom, that's correct.
Okay, it wasn't processed for latents or DNA?
That's correct. Based on the documentation that I have, that's correct.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
This is just showing a close-up of the lock on that window and showing that it's unlocked. So while the window's closed, it is unlocked, so it could easily be opened.
Okay. And so what would you do with this if you had been processing the scene or supervising processing this scene?
Well, primarily, the fact that it's unlocked, one is the lock mechanism itself in that area that you'd look for primarily fingerprints or touch DNA evidence. And then secondly is if it appears that that's potentially a location where somebody may have gotten into the residence and or left, then you would want to process basically the whole surrounding area around the window, any place where somebody might have touched coming into or out of that window.
What are we looking at here?
This is showing a bathroom window with a torn screen, although it was determined that apparently the torn screen had occurred in a prior occasion. It was not related to this particular incident.
Okay. So I guess they would have handled that properly then, taking note of it, documenting it, and then doing some additional investigation to determine whether that was relevant to the case.
That's correct. You would want to consider it, but obviously once there's an explanation as to the screen, if you've determined that that's not the window that was used to access the residence for this particular case, then just documenting it would be sufficient.
Was there any processing done when the scene was processed on the outside of this window right here?
The documentation that I had didn't show that there was any processing done, so just photographs to document it.
What's next here?
This is the back door to the residence, and you can see the photograph on the right showing the deadbolt, which was unlocked. However, the doorknob below that was locked. And then the broader photograph on the left shows that there's that red curtain there, and we'll see in the next photograph that there's actually a blood stain on that red curtain.
What is this, a close-up of the red curtain we were just discussing?
It is. It's a close-up of the red curtain, and it shows where there's a blood stain, which you can see actually right here just to the left of this ruler that's attached right there. And there's not any evidence of any type of blood enhancement or anything having been done there. So, again, where you do see that you have some type of blood, then you would be considering not only the potential of any fingerprints or DNA evidence in that area, but also the potential for enhancement of that blood to see what else could be there. With blood, you have certain amounts that you may see visibly, but there could be additional blood that you don't see, and there are certain chemicals you can use to enhance that, and other techniques that you can use to try to enhance it and see if there's additional blood there that's not readily visible.
Would that include like the Luca crystal violet that was used around the front door, around Ms. Peters' body?
Potentially, yes. That, luminol, there's some other different types of chemicals, as well as using an alternate light source that helps to bring contrast between blood and any background materials behind it.
Tell us a little more about that before we go on to the next slide. What does it mean to use an alternative light source, and how does that assist in processing the crime scene?
Basically, what an alternate light source is it's a light unit that allows you to control the color of the light. So depending on what type of unit we're talking about, you can be anything from specialized flashlights that have colored lenses on them all the way up to some very expensive units that use a very bright lamp and have the ability to tune and control the color of the light output. What happens with blood in particular is that at certain wavelengths or certain colors of light, blood absorbs light and gets much darker. And so you can often get better contrast between the blood and whatever material that it's on by darkening the color of the blood so that it stands out more and you're able to see it better, photograph it better, and get a better idea of what's there, what type of pattern you're looking at, things like that.
So we're moving into the master bedroom now, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What did you look at first here when reviewing the photographs of Ms. Peters' bedroom?
Well, this photograph just shows kind of the general state of the bedroom, and you can see that you have a number of different items that are out of place, things that, bedding that's shifted off the bed, you have items on the floor, you have various different things that could be consistent with, some type of struggle or something taking place in the bedroom. Obviously, when you look at items that are out of place, then you have to give consideration to that people keep their houses in different conditions. Some people's houses, this would be extremely out of place. Some people's, it might be, a little bit more common. But the fact that you have items out of place here then will tie into some of the other evidence that is present in the room.
What are you taking note of right there?
There's an area circled and denoted up there of transfer stains. That's some blood stains that were present on the mattress. And then also over in that right-hand corner, you see a telephone. It's on the floor. The handset is off the cradle, and the telephone cord has been actually both cut and torn. So it's actually got a portion of it that's been cut, and then there's a portion of it that's actually been torn out of the wall.
Okay. And so these are what you would look at as at least initial clues that the struggle started or took place here?
Right, because the biggest things that you look at here is one, obviously, a phone cord that's cut or torn is typically unusual for most people. And then certainly the presence of blood begins to tell you that some type of violence or some event has taken place. And what we'll kind of see as we walk through this is that you have a small amount of blood present in this room, and then an increasing amount as we move away from this room and then eventually move toward the front of the house in the foyer area.
Is this a close-up of the blood spatter on the bed?
Yes, and there are actually several drops of blood. You can see this area here, right up here, as well as right here, that you have some blood stains that are potentially either of some type of transfer or some type of spatter stains.
Okay. Any conclusions to be drawn based on the characteristics of this spatter pattern?
It's difficult to say much about the characteristics as to whether it's from a spatter event or from some type of transfer. The primary conclusion you can draw from this is that we have a very small amount of blood starting in this area. And so, as I said, as you move to other parts of the house, then there'll be increasing amounts, which indicates that, clearly the injuries that Brandi Peters suffered did not happen all here, but that she had likely some injury that occurred in this room, or at least that she was in this room after having suffered some amount of injury where there's a small amount of blood, and then that's going to increase as you get to the front of the house.
What are we looking at here?
And this is just showing a little closer view of the telephone itself. And you can note that you actually have a break in the cord here, and then this phone jack itself is actually torn from the wall there.
This is a close-up of the sign?
It is. This is just showing a little closer. You can see the break in the cord. You can see how the cord here is torn and pulled loose.
Do you consider those, as you're going through the process of doing a forensic evaluation of the evidence on scene, would you generally consider that evidence of a struggle?
It certainly goes along with the struggle, and so when you couple that with the fact that you have the blood beginning to appear here in this room, you have the phone cord, and then there's some other evidence that we'll see here in the room that it indicates that there is some struggle taking place in this room.
Now, what are these marks that we're looking at here next to the phone cord and the phone cradle?
There's some black scuff marks, so actually on the wall in the area of the phone jack. So The phone would have been plugged into the wall here, and then there's some black scuff marks along the wall in these areas.
And what did you find those to be consistent with?
Well, black scuff would mean that obviously something of some type of similar material rubbed against the wall. That can come from a number of different things. It could come, say, from a portion of somebody's shoes. It could come from other types of articles of clothing. It could be something else that has that, typically like a rubbery, but it's some type of a black substance that would transfer to the wall. So it's what you're looking at there are some type of scuffs that indicate something brushed against the wall that had that coloration to it and transferred some of it to the wall.
Beyond photographing the scuff marks, was any analysis beyond that performed? By which I mean, did they take, cutting out of the drywall, or did they take a scraping of the material to try and determine what its originating source may have been?
The documentation that I have indicated that they cut it out, but there was no indication that it was ever submitted for any type of comparison or testing.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior side of the master bathroom door. So the carpeted portion here would be the master bedroom area, and then this leading into the master bathroom. And then you can see circled here in yellow is another black scuff mark that's on the bottom of that door.
So this is leading from Brandi's bedroom into her bathroom, not the common bathroom where the children were found?
That's correct. This would be the master bathroom where in her bedroom.
So we have another scuff mark, another black scuff mark on the door leading into that bathroom?
That's correct.
Was this one sampled?
Again, I'm not even certain whether it was collected or not, but there was no indication that it was ever compared to anything.
This is a close-up of the same?
Yes.
You have that marked as residue. What does that mean?
You can see, again, you have the black scuff mark, but then there's a heavier concentration, some portions of residue from whatever the material was that created the black scuff mark.
So if you were supervising the processing at the scene, what, if anything, would you have done with that residue?
Well, I think the first thing you would do is obviously collect it. So you could do that either by taking samples of it, scraping it, or actually cutting it out, taking either the whole door or cutting a portion of the door off the bottom and submitting it that way. And then the follow-up to that is that would need to be submitted for laboratory analysis. That you can do basically two things. One would be, as it stands, you could run it to see what the chemistry of it is, figure out what kind of material is it. And two would be, if you had a similar material found somewhere, then you could make a comparison to see if it's the same chemistry as what's there on the marks.
So in a vacuum, say if you developed a suspect and were able to execute a search warrant and gather various items from his home, you could compare those items to the material determined to have caused these scuff marks?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is, again, kind of an overall view showing the bedroom, and the door here in the background is the master bathroom area. And one thing to note in the room here is that Brandi Peters' purse is on the floor right here at the foot of the bed, or next to the bed.
Okay. Why did you take note of that?
The purse, as you can see it, I mean, it's on the floor. It appears to be turned over, which, again, taken in context with the rest of what's shown in the room, is indication of likely some type of struggle taking place. It's not a normal location for a purse, and again, it is sort of overturned. It's not sitting nicely in a particular area, so that indicates that it may well have been knocked over, turned over, or thrown on the ground in some fashion during a struggle taking place here.
All right. Next, you've taken note of a projectile hole in the closet door. Looks like outside the bedroom. Is that right?
That's correct. So there's actually a bullet hole right here that's in a closet door there.
Okay. What's this a picture of?
This is showing that same bullet hole, and so what you're actually looking at here is a closet in the hallway, and then you have these two doors on either side are to the children's bedrooms.
So where would Brandi Peters' bedroom be in relation to this bullet hole right here?
It would be across the hall. So the open door to her bedroom would be kind of looking out across the hall with the closet door sort of being centered, and then you can partially see the bedroom doors from her, or one of the bedroom doors from her room.
So this is a different angle of the same shot we were looking at a second ago?
That's correct.
All right, what are we looking at here?
This is showing a trajectory rod that was placed through the hole and into the door, and then inside you can see a placard where the bullet was recovered from inside.
Why are trajectory rods used, and why is trajectory calculated when you're processing a crime scene if the evidence is available to do so?
Well, what the trajectories allow you to do is, so for example, here you have a bullet that has passed through a door, is you can determine the angle that it was traveling when it struck the door, and through using a trajectory rod and some other techniques, you can bring that back to figure out where a shooter could have been and where they could not have been. So what you're looking at in particular is where does it come back to? For example, does that come back to the interior of Brandi Peters' bedroom, or would her bedroom be excluded? Would it have to have occurred outside of the bedroom? Also, you can look at things like if it does go into her bedroom, does the height of it, so you have an angle to this particular shot. At some point, as you move it back further and further, it's going to get higher and higher off the ground, and at some point that would get to a point where it's too high for somebody to have fired it. So you can use that to hopefully narrow down the area where the person was when they fired the shot.
I suppose it's implicit in your testimony, but what you're saying basically is that this bullet had a downward trajectory, and so as you get farther away from it, it's going to go higher and higher up.
That's correct. As you back away from this closet door, then it's going to be higher and higher off the ground. So at some point it would get too high for anybody to have fired the shot, or certainly if you had some information about who fired the shot. And so what you would want to do with it is figure out where could that person have been. But again, just sort of using that to locate and help figure out where somebody was when they fired the shot.
Based on the trajectory of that particular projectile, were you able to determine generally where the shot would have been fired from?
It was a little bit difficult with this documentation, primarily because what was done here is trajectory rod was placed in the door, some photographs were taken of it, but there's additional information that I would normally use. If I worked the scene, I would actually get angles and do certain distance measurements and calculations and things like that, and I could work it back and figure out where it could be. The other issue here too is that like in this particular photograph, you can see that the closet door is partially open as the trajectory rod is photographed, but the prior photograph that we saw, the closet door was almost completely closed. So there's some question there as to what position was the door in at the time of the shot. Was it open, closed, fully closed, partially closed? And those things would be something that if you could determine that, then you can get very accurate. If you can't determine it, then obviously if the door was in different positions, that would affect the location of where the shooter would have to be.
If you knew the position of the door at the time the shot was fired, would you be able to determine the left-handedness or right-handedness of a potential shooter, or not, based on the ability to move and reposition your body?
Not really. There are very few things in crime scene work where you can really get a handle on what hand a person used, simply because For example, with a gun, I could be holding a gun with this hand. I could put this hand up and hold it with the same hand. The gun itself hasn't changed position. It's still in the same location, and so the trajectory doesn't change. So you really can't determine which way a person held the gun, whether they used two hands, one hand, right, left, any of those sorts of things. What you can tell would just be information about where it could have originated from, and then where it traveled before getting to the closet.
What's this next photo of?
This is just showing that placard number 17 here in the middle of the closet is where the bullet itself was recovered.
And that's a close-up of the projectile?
Yes, that's actually showing where it was found inside the closet.
What is this we're looking at?
That's some three-dimensional diagramming that was done by Tallahassee police with respect to some of the trajectories that they were able to determine. So that one, the shot that we were just looking at, I believe would be this green line right here, is what they determined and what they've documented with the 3D.
So that, according to what they've documented here, the shot that ended up in the closet, the projectile that just ended up in the closet, would have been fired from inside Ms. Peters' bedroom?
Right, and that's what, without having, assuming anything with respect to the door, if we just assume that the closet door is either closed or nearly closed when it happens, then the trajectory certainly would go across the hall and toward the bedroom, and would have been potentially fired from just about anywhere along that line inside the bedroom.
Okay. We see a red and a purple line there as well. What did those indicate?
There were actually a couple of other bullet strikes that were documented. We'll see those in some of the subsequent photographs.
Those are the one that went out the window and the two that ended up in the master bedroom toilet room?
That's correct.
Did those shots also originate from within the master bedroom?
It would appear so, yes.
What are we looking at there?
There's a silver bracelet on the floor that's inside where that yellow circle is.
And what are we looking at here? The hallway, we're looking from the hallway into Ms. Peters' bedroom?
That's correct, yes.
And why did you take note of the bracelet located on the floor right there?
Again, an unusual location for it. It would appear to have been dropped there in some fashion. Given that it's, other evidence that's present around there of a struggle, then that would indicate that there's at least the possibility that was deposited there during the course of the struggle.
What is this one here?
This is a close-up view of that bracelet.
If you were directing or supervising the processing of this crime scene, what would you have liked to see done with this bracelet?
Well, obviously documenting it, but then collecting it and processing it for primarily for DNA evidence to see if you can determine who the wearer may have been or anybody who may have touched it. And of course, another thing that you'd want to do with it is identify whose it is. If you can identify it as belonging to either Brandi Peters or potentially somebody else, because when you find something like that, the obvious source would be that it was Brandi Peters, but you don't know that. If you don't confirm it, you wouldn't know for certain that in fact that's hers and it's not deposited there by somebody else. So that would be the main thing is once you collect it, then to consider DNA examination of it as well as identifying who it belongs to.
Was the bracelet itself or a swab of the bracelet sent off for DNA analysis in this case?
Not based on any of the documentation that I have. It indicates that there was nothing done in terms of DNA examination on that bracelet.
What are we looking at here?
That is showing another bullet impact. There's actually a trajectory rod right there in the circle, and that's a bullet that passed through the window from inside the room to the outside.
Okay. And I guess since the trajectory rod seems to be pointing down into the bedroom, that would indicate a slightly upward trajectory for the bullet?
That's right. So it would have been fired from a location likely lower than where it is there in the window from somewhere inside the room.
And again, can any determination about the right-handedness or left-handedness of the shooter be determined based on the trajectory or suspected point of origin?
No.
What are we looking at there?
This is the from the master bedroom, which is the carpeted area, going into the master bathroom. So the master bathroom door, and then this right here is separate. Some people might refer to it as a toilet closet, where basically the toilet has its own separate door in front of it. And the yellow circle is showing another trajectory rod where a bullet impacted and actually perforated that door.
Based on the trajectory and suspected point of origin of that shot, can any determination be made about the right-handedness or left-handedness of the shooter?
No.
Is this a close-up of the same?
It is.
How about this one?
This is a bullet impact on the metal frame of the glass shower doors. So you have the kind of the shower door over here, and then you have another glass panel on this side, and then right here is where there's a bullet impact onto that metal frame.
This is a shot of the master bedroom, showing where the two projectiles were located.
The master bathroom, yes, that's right. There's a bullet that was found over here and a bullet that was found inside there.
That one on the left is the toilet closet you were just discussing.
Yes.
Based on the location of the projectiles and the trajectories of the two projectiles, did both of those shots originate from the master bedroom?
It would appear so. The one in the door going into the toilet closet area is actually perforated the door, and so they put a trajectory rod in it, and that points back into the bedroom area. The impact to the metal door, you can't really put a trajectory rod on, but it is in a location where it could have been fired from the bedroom. Certainly nothing that would eliminate the bedroom as being the location where it was fired from.
What are we looking at right here?
Here is a blood transfer stain, just denoted by the yellow circle, on the door frame. And that's the door coming from the master bedroom out into the hallway.
Okay. Can you make any determination about the directionality of the swipe?
It appears to be coming outward. So when you get what's called a blood swipe, where you have an object with blood on it that rubs across the surface, you sort of get feathering of the edges of it, which indicates the direction that it was going. And so what's indicated here is that this is a blood stain coming out of the bedroom toward the hallway.
What, if any, significance do you attach to the directional blood swipe leaving the master bedroom?
Well, primarily, you have in the bedroom, you have some evidence of blood. We saw some blood on the bed. You have evidence of gunfire. Brandi Peters actually has on her left shoulder area a gunshot wound. And so what that would tend to indicate is that there's some struggle that took place in the bedroom, some gunfire that's taken place in the bedroom. She suffered at least some injury in the bedroom, and then has fled from the bedroom and headed out into the hallway, and there's some blood stains that denote going from the hallway and continuing towards the front of the house.
Is this a close-up of the same shot?
Yes.
And so I guess explain to the jury here what you look at when you make a determination about the direction of this blood swipe.
You're looking at certain things like the feathering of the blood stain patterns and the way that it comes off the edges. See, for example, here you have a molding profile, and the front edges of it are clean. And so that means that your blood source is rubbing off of it this way.
Point, Mr. Prince, we need to take some morning break.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Knight. We'll finish this slide and then take a break.
All right, and so then, those various indicators, again, same thing here. You have a clean front edge of the door, so indicating that you have blood coming from this end and this way moving outward, coming from the bedroom out toward the hall.
Okay. And you mentioned that Brandi Peters had a gunshot wound to her left shoulder. Is the direction and location of this blood sweat consistent with the blood from that first projectile wound having caused blood to be deposited on and around her arm? Is that consistent with the height of this blood swipe pattern right here?
It is, appears to be, yes.
We'll take a break. Stop right.
All right, we'll take 15 minutes. Either side, anything?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm muted. Yay. Okay. All right. How's my audio now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. First, I want to welcome all the bakers. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello, hello. Testing, 1, 2, hey, it must be all this fuzz. So I want to welcome in all the bakers. Thank you for joining us, and I wanted to say, I've got a little white cat sitting on me, thus the white fur. So, none ya business. I love that. That's a good one. I like that one. All right, cool. All right, so let's recap. This was we're watching Florida versus Henry Segura. It's a rewatch. We did. If you guys haven't been with us from the beginning of today, we did Ashley Benefield and her appeal for to be out on bond. We did that this morning. Then we popped over to Natalie Cochran, West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. They ended early, so then we're picking up on Henry Segura, and we find ourselves in Day 7. So we've been watching Henry Segura as other trials, end, I guess, or end early for the day, because it seems like Natalie Cochran has been a really weird one. She's been doing half days, so we've been doing these other trials in between. So we just heard from Michael Knox, part 1, and there are 2 more parts to Michael Knox's testimony. So strap yourselves in. We're going to hear another 2 hours of his testimony, broken up into 2 different parts. So Michael Knox is for those that don't know, the defense rested, state put on the rebuttal, but then now Day 7. Defense is going to have their witness come in, and then state's going to have another witness come in. It's a really odd trial, but that's what they're doing. So this is now after the state's rebuttal. Defense came in, and Michael Knox is a crime scene reconstructionist. He's a blood spatter analysis. as well. Expert, I suppose. He's kind of like a Dexter. This is the second Dexter that we've seen. The other Dexter that we saw was, who was he? The other Dexter we saw. Oh, no, it wasn't him. Well, it doesn't matter. We had another Reconstructionist. Oh, Michael LaFort. Yeah, he was a Reconstructionist as well. So we've had two Dexters, if you will. This is the second one. So Michael comes on. He shows his PowerPoint. And he shows a lot of things that we've known already. The deadbolt was not locked, but the lower door handle was locked, which means somebody was on the inside, locked the door, went outside, and they couldn't lock the. They could not. They didn't have keys, so it basically shows that it was an outside perpetrator. There was a blood stain on the curtain. Then they started with the master bedroom, and they showed there was some type of struggle because it was very disoriented, or the sheets. A lot of things were out of place. That it indicated some type of struggle. The telephone cord, which was a landline, the cord was cut and it was torn out of the wall. There was blood transfer or spatter on the bed sheets. There were black scuff marks on the wall near the phone jack. Now that's interesting because how did they know that was there then, that it happened then or happened before? Maybe a little speculation, but he's saying that was part of the struggle. Then there was a bullet hole in the closet door, so that was going in. Shot was fired from inside the master bedroom. There were 7 shots fired altogether. Brandi was hit. One of them went through her shoulder and ended up in her breast. So she must have been shot, like kind of pretty much down or at a severe angle. But no, there was a silver bracelet. That was pretty significant. There was a silver bracelet on the floor, but no DNA was found. That was kind of I was hoping that there would have been DNA found. But if they had found DNA, then we wouldn't be here talking about this case. And then there was a blood stain on the bedroom out to the hallway. And they think that's consistent that she got shot in the shoulder. So they thought, she transferred, rubbed up against it. So they kind of think this is where the struggle began, because we know where the struggle ended. We know where Brandi's life ended, in the foyer. So they think this is where it happened. This is where it began, was in the bedroom. So I will take. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Let me think. Let me see here. Hold your hand. What's up, Krista? We'll hold your hand. Let's see. Any questions? Oh, wait a minute. I'm bringing up the wrong thing. I don't have my chat enabled, so let me see. I'll come over here. Let's see. Where and when? I know nothing about this case. None you bites. So this is a rewatch. This happened in the trial's in 2019. His first trial was 2017. This happened in 2010. He was in jail that entire time. He unalived his girlfriend. Henry Segura had multiple girlfriends, multiple kids. He had one JaVonte, who was 3 years old. He was drowned. Brandi had 2 twin daughters, Taniyah and Tamiyah. Tamiyah was shot in the back of the head. Taniyah was drowned along with JaVonte. Brandi was brutally beat up and just destroyed. Shot 7 times. 1 passed through her shoulder, went into her left breast. That didn't kill her. Surprisingly, her face and her head were basically caved in. That's what ultimately was the cause of death. Pammy, just what did I have for lunch, Squeegee, huh? What are you implying? But the cartel gang angle went, and became a nothing burger. Yeah, so the defense was trying to tie this to the cartel, the Mexican cartel, the Colombian cartel, and that nothing came of that. So let's see. Fala says, thought he said they didn't test the bracelet. He was saying he would have. No, they tested it, but no DNA was found, I thought. That's what I have in my notes. And I looked back at that, and I thought that's what they said. Widespread Panic says, this may have already been discussed, but are you going from soul patch to goatee? No, I just didn't. We didn't shave today. I guess I'll shave tomorrow. Yeah, dang, that's beyond horrible. It was terrible. It was a brutal. That's why they thought the cartel came in. But as we've watched over the last 6 days, the cartel tends to be a little bit more clean, if you will. This was really messy. Lasted a long time. It wasn't, 2 shots and you're done. It was probably, I don't know, half-hour struggle, 15-minute struggle. I mean, it took a lot. Baca of 3. Well, I know I'm confused in this trial. Why are you confused? What are you confused about? Yeah, Nunya bites. Nunya bitness. Yeah, screams hatred to me. Yes, it does seem like it was very personal, very passionate, if you will, personal. Now, here's the kicker, though, is that Henry really didn't have many wounds on him. They took pictures of him, and he had a few scratches. But if that's what's getting me with this, because Brandi was just a disaster. I mean, she was just torn apart, if you will, and she fought. There was blood outside. There was blood all inside, almost every room inside. You would think that she would have, done some damage to her attacker, but scroll up for chat with Brat. Okay, I'll do that in my, let's see, I don't know which parts of the evidence vary between trial 1 and 2. Yeah, we don't know that. Brat, well, I know I'm confused with this trial. Okay. Mandy Strong says, Henry would not want to be able to see what he had just done to his son, so he put the twins on top of him. That's interesting. That is interesting. I like that. That's not too bad. All right, let me see if I can, let me just try something here. Not this again. All right, not gonna be able to pop out chat because I'm getting a funky screen here, so we're gonna have to just roll with it. All right, let's get back to the trial. So we're gonna pick up on Michael Knox's crime scene reconstructionist. We're going to continue with his testimony.
Recorded.
I'll see you guys on the other side.
Court is back in session.
Jury, please. Remain standing for the jury.
Peter, please. Proceed, Mr. Prince.
All right, Mr. Knox, we had just finished talking about this directional blood swipe here on the door frame of Miss Peters' bedroom. Was there anything else that we needed to cover on that, or were we finished there?
I think we finished that.
Okay. What are we looking at in this next photo?
This is just sort of an orientation photo, just so you can see where the different bedrooms are. So you're looking down the hallway toward the front of the house, front door being right there. And then you can see that the master bedroom is over here on the left. Twins' bedroom is over here on the right. JaVonte's bedroom here. And that's the direction of the hallway into the living room area.
Okay. So Miss Peters, if she was fleeing from her bedroom towards the front door, would have turned left out of her door right there and gone down the hallway?
That's correct.
What are we looking at next photo?
This is showing some various areas that were sample determined not to be blood, so we don't really have any blood deposited on the carpet. In this area, there's some blood that gets deposited further along, down the hallway almost into the living room area.
What, if anything, does the low volume of blood deposit just outside the master bedroom and going down the hallway indicate to you, if anything?
Primarily that the majority of her injuries had not yet been inflicted. So you have the blood that appears to likely be from the left shoulder that's deposited on the doorway, a few other drops of blood in the bedroom, and that's about it. There's really not any other strong evidence of blood. That's going to be in stark contrast to what the foyer area looks like, where there's a heavy concentration of blood. So that means that the majority of her injuries have yet to be inflicted, and that will happen later.
And again, for a orientation perspective, this photo would be what you would see if you had walked out of Ms. Peters' bedroom, turned left like we were just talking about a second ago, and now we're facing down the hallway towards the front door.
That's correct.
What do we see in this photograph?
Here, again, another placard. It was an area sampled, turned out not to be blood. So again, we don't have any blood deposited on the carpet in the space between her bedroom and almost to the end of the hallway.
And that gunshot wound to Ms. Peters' left shoulder, would that have been bleeding much at this point if it took place in the bedroom?
Probably not profusely. Gunshot wounds, depending on the nature of the wound, it can take a little while before blood actually really starts to come out of the wound, and then also things like clothing and so forth can absorb it. Or, sometimes somebody might be touching it, which again would slow down blood flow. So it's not uncommon for somebody to have suffered a gunshot wound and then be able to move from one area to another without depositing a significant amount of blood.
What do we see here?
Here we actually have areas where this number 8 placard here is representing where there is blood found. So you're beginning to see some blood deposition as we move toward the front of the house.
And just for orientation, again, this is if we're moving down the same hallway we're just looking at and talking about with JaVonte's bedroom on the right side here.
That's correct. This would be the front door right there in the living room area.
How about this slide?
This is showing a close-up of that blood area on the carpet, and basically just at the end of the hallway, almost into the living room area.
And this slide?
That's showing, there's an overturned lamp right here in this area. It would look like the lamp was probably on that table and got knocked over and was overturned and on the floor near where that blood, the number 8 placard was.
And that table and lamp right there, they're some distance away from the front door still, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So whatever struggle took place around the front door and the foyer, that wouldn't have been the cause of this particular lamp getting knocked over?
That's correct. That's correct.
What do we see here?
There's some cast-off spatter on the hallway closet. So this is the closet we looked at earlier, has a bullet hole in it. There's some actual, what looks like cast-off or perhaps small impact stains, but most likely from cast-off. Small amounts of blood, and it's been deposited on the outside of that closet door.
And what, if anything, does that type of blood spatter indicate to you?
That can happen just through movement. So a person that's bleeding can be moving, particularly if somebody, say, is bleeding, touches their wound that has blood on it, and then perhaps moves their hand. So you could cast some blood off your hand from that. You could be cast off from your body from rapidly moving the body. So there are different ways that could occur. But again, what you're seeing is that in the hallway area near the bedroom and in the bedroom area, what blood we see is in very small quantities compared to what you'll see in the foyer.
So there's nothing to indicate in the hallway that she's being repeatedly struck and cast off coming off a weapon. It's just small quantities of blood consistent with movement.
That's right, small quantities of blood. You can't exclude the possibility that it's something that's coming off of a weapon or it's being deposited by another person, But that could simply be something that she's depositing through moving rapidly out of the bedroom and down the hallway.
What type of blood spatter are we seeing in this photo?
Here you have some small amounts of blood that could be from impact stains or even dripped blood. Again, not much of a pattern to it, but there's very small quantities there. So again, it indicates that there's some bleeding going on here, but this is not consistent with the bulk of what happens in terms of the injuries and blood deposition later.
Okay, so again, blood spatter in the hallway consistent with movement.
Yes, that's correct. There could be some event going on here between her and another person, or this could be just blood that's being deposited from her moving rapidly and coming out of the bedroom and then heading down the hallway.
What, if anything, is significant about this next slide, this next photo we're looking at?
This is by the bedroom door for JaVonte's bedroom. And again, we've got a little bit more blood, small quantities. So you have a drop here, and it looks like possibly some other small ones, but mainly this larger drop here. That can be from just a dripping blood. It could be an impact stain of some type, but it's obviously being deposited again in small quantities.
Which door is this we're looking at?
That is JaVonte's bedroom door, and there's some couple of different bloodstain patterns, as you can see, that are marked. There's some rulers in place, and you can see a few different drops, mainly downward traveling drops, and up here what might be some transfer stains.
What, if anything, do the combination of the downward moving droplets as well as the blood transfer marks indicate to you?
Same as the rest of the blood in the hallway and stuff. Again, just that you have very small quantities. So if there's any type of violent event taking place, this is not the heavy kind of blunt force that happens later on. That there's this blood could be simply her own movements. It could be possibly from some interaction with another person, but it's very small quantities, meaning she doesn't have a lot of injury and a lot of blood that has come to the surface.
Is there enough blood with that transfer stain right there for you to be able to determine directionality?
Potentially so, but it's a pretty small quantity for determining direction.
Any indication based on what's there as to the direction of the swipe, or can that?
It appears to be that it's moving leftward in the photograph, and then of course you have these drops also that have sort of angles like this, so right to left and downward on the exterior of the door, which again would be consistent with some type of movement. So if you're say dripping or cast blood off as you're moving in that direction, or moving a hand or an object in that direction, then that's what you would expect to see, would be that right to left and downward movement of those drops.
And that left facing movement, that would be in relation to this door, that would be moving down the hallway towards the foyer and front door?
Yes.
This close up the same?
It is. It is, yes.
That transfer mark off JaVonte's bedroom door?
That's correct.
What's this next photo we're looking at?
This is just showing another area with some dripped blood toward the bottom of the door on JaVonte's bedroom.
That's close up with the same?
That's true. That is, yes.
Is this still JaVonte's room, or is this a different part?
This is also JaVonte's bedroom, so this would be the door frame. The door that we just saw would open this way, and this would be the side of the door frame closest to the front door. Okay. And again, we have some small amounts of blood right there around that door frame.
All right. What have you taken note of in this next photo?
There's another blood stain on the wall, which would be just past JaVonte's bedroom. So again, That's his bedroom door. That's the front door. This is the living room area.
Is this a close-up of that blood stain in the hallway we were just talking about?
Yes.
And same thing, rightward to leftward motion, upward to downward motion.
That's correct, yeah. So you're talking right to left and downward. And the elongated nature of it means it's fairly close to the wall coming down. So again, that could be from a cast off, it could be a dripped blood dripping, it could be from an impact, but very small quantities still. So all through the hallway, we're looking at just small amounts of blood.
Is this the same or a different blood stain?
This is a different one. This is a little bit closer to the, again, you can see that table, this is the lamp on the ground, and then if you continued off to the left side of the photograph, you'd be in the living room area. So this is basically right near the end of the hallway, and there's some blood on the wall there.
Any conclusions drawn from that, or the same as we've been discussing to this point?
Pretty much the same as what we've been discussing. Again, movements indicating going toward the front of the house, and it's small quantities, so not a lot of injury yet, not a lot of bloodletting yet.
Is the close-up the same?
Yes.
And I see you've got a couple of arrows there indicating direction. That's same as you've discussed, movement down the hallway towards the front door.
That's correct.
Is this another blood stain noted on the left side of the wall?
That is correct. Yes.
That's a close-up of that one?
That is, and the direction of that also is toward the front door. So left to right in this photograph would be toward the front door. Front door would be off to the right.
It appears to be an earring. Where was this located at?
This is next to the east wall of the hallway, so not far from where that blood stain is that we just looked at.
And why did you take particular note of the fact that there was an earring on the ground there?
Again, you have an earring lying on the ground which would be consistent with struggle or fleeing or movement of Brandi Peters dropping an earring as she's moving down the hallway. So various different indicators that just show what's occurring, movement out of the bedroom and down the hallway and toward the front of the house.
How close in proximity is this earring located relative to the overturned lamp?
If memory serves me, it's not far from there. That it's on the opposite side of the hallway in that general vicinity.
Now we're out into the living room, so this would be our view if we had just exited the hallway and came out into the main area of the house right there?
That's correct. Yeah.
What, if anything, do you take note of here?
Well, here, of course, you've got various items that are kind of scattered about on the floor, a plant that's overturned on the floor. So again, indicators of struggle or some type of rapid movement through there. It could be somebody actually physically struggling through there, or it could be simply somebody's moving rapidly and having to balance themselves or touch things along the way and knocking things over. But it certainly shows that there are things that are out of place, which would be consistent either with struggle or somebody fleeing.
Appears to be a picture of the exterior of the house. What, if any, significance were you attributing to this photograph?
There's actually several bloodstain patterns outside, primarily over here on this wall, right outside the front door. And what's indicated by it is that we're still looking at fairly small quantities of blood here. So in comparison to the amount of blood in the foyer, what that indicates is that Brandi Peters sort of fled down the hallway out the front door and then been stopped in that location. There's some blood spatter indicating some injuries perhaps being inflicted there, before she's moved back inside into the foyer, and then the bulk of the injuries and the bloodletting occurs at the foyer, just inside the front door.
You were just talking about the impact spatter on the siding outside the front door. Is this what we're looking at now?
Yes. So here you actually have some defined impact spatter, which would be consistent with a blunt force event, some type of an impact to blood that causes it to be distributed on the wall right there. There's also a swipe mark in that same general area.
What direction is the swipe mark going?
That swipe actually is going, and I think the next slide shows a close-up of it. So it's actually going this way,
Back.
which would be back toward the front door.
Okay. What about the impact spatter above that?
That impact spatter is showing that it looks like several different directions of impact, which would indicate more than one impact. But what you have is various different, like this one here, laterally right to left. So you have one that's sort of going in this particular direction. You have one that's going in this direction. Okay, and you have one that's downward this way. And so, again, because you have several different directions that are opposing one another, it would mean that there's likely more than one impact that occurs here in the vicinity of that wall.
Now, when we have impact spatter going in opposite directions, as is depicted right here, it looks like some of the impact spatter is moving left, right, and downward, and then you have some of the spatter moving right to left and upward on the right side of the photograph there. What, if anything, is that indicative of?
Changing directions of force. So, you know, for example, if you had a person and you were just hitting them the same way repeatedly, then you should get impacts that would be similar in direction. When you see ones that have here, we have directions that are completely contrary to one another, then it generally is indicating that you have changing directions of force. Most commonly, that's because you actually have some type of struggle going on, but it can be just somebody hits a person one way with a weapon and then swings it back another way, things like that.
Can multi-directional impact spatter also be indicative of being struck at the same time from two different positions? That is to say, two different people striking you from different positions?
Yes, that could cause it.
I see here you've noted the lines of convergence. What does that mean?
That's where some crime scene investigators had, if you take individual blood stains that are part of a pattern and you draw lines through them, what you're seeking to do is bring them back to where those lines all converge, because that, and then we can do some angle calculations and figure out what's called an area of origin, excuse me, which is sort of an area of where the blood spatter originated from. So if it's, say, an impact to a person, then that's generally the area where the wound is, where the blood is. That's the area that's being impacted, and that's where the blood originated from.
Okay. And the lines of convergence, as it relates to this impact spatter here, enable you to make any kind of determination about what the point of origin was?
Those lines of convergence are actually kind of coming up and separating, which means the convergence area would be down in here. And if you look, the reference is that sort of doorknob height. So that means that blood would have originated from somewhere around in that height, out away from the wall some distance. To know the distance, you'd have to do angle calculations, and there's some other things that weren't really done with this. But just in general, in terms of the height of where it would be, it's not up here. That event would have been down in here where these lines would come together and converge.
What are we looking at in this photo?
This is just showing the, again, where we are in reference to the front door. So there's a picture of the front door, and that impact spatter is over here to the right of the front door.
Is this on the exterior of the front door?
This is, yes, this is the exterior of the front door. So there's a swipe mark and transfer pattern
What, if anything, do the swipe and transfer patterns on the exterior of the front door indicate to you?
The swipes are fairly low, and the transfer pattern, again, you can see kind of, here's the doorknob height. So you're sort of in the middle of the door there, but what it means is that the transfer pattern means something with blood on it touched the door. Swipe mark means something with blood on it moved across in that location in the door. This is all just kind of consistent with that you have struggle, goes outside, begins to increase in the outside portion right outside the front door. And then Brandi Peters ends up back inside, just inside the front door where the blood spatter significantly increases.
And we're looking here at the front door again. What caused all that purple stuff we see in the photograph here? Is this the same leucocrystal violet that was utilized inside the foyer there?
Yes, that's what that would be, is from chemical processing trying to enhance any blood impressions there.
Okay. And we see it on the door as well as on the ground, on the concrete outside the door. Was any of the chemical processing utilized on the blood spatter that's on the wall to the right side of this photograph right here?
No.
If you were directing or overseeing processing of this scene, why, if at all, would you have wanted the wall there with the impact spatter enhanced chemically as well?
Generally, you would want to do a series of steps for enhancing using alternate light source, chemical enhancement, various things like that in any areas where you potentially have blood. A chemical that I often used also is luminol, which is very sensitive to small amounts of blood, but you can find a lot of patterns and things that may not be readily apparent. So generally what I would do is process any areas where I had any indication that there had been blood deposited, simply because you often with chemicals bring up things that you just simply never saw. I've had cases, for example, where I've processed using luminol in areas where there had been some blood, and I end up finding a trail of footprints leading away from there to a bathroom sink, where somebody who had committed a murder went to the bathroom sink to clean up. So until you actually do any of that type of enhancement and processing, you don't really know what you're going to find.
Okay. And are there any advantages to using luminol over the leucocrystal violet that was used in this case? Or the alternative light source you also referenced?
It can just sort of depend on the nature of what you have. I mean, one disadvantage to luminol is that you have to have an area that's completely dark or very close to completely dark. And you also have the results basically glow, so it doesn't last long and it's very difficult to photograph in comparison to leucocrystal violet. Once you're done, you have results, you have plenty of time to be able to photograph it and document it. But sometimes it becomes a matter of determining what it is that you're looking for, whether you're trying to enhance where you already see some type of impression or pattern versus looking for blood that you cannot see. Luminol is better for showing blood that you just simply don't see. But then you also do have to give consideration to various surfaces and how that particular chemical reacts with that surface. How does it? What happens when you attempt to do things with it? But there's more than one option out there, basically.
Okay. Any problem or issue with the use of leucocrystal violet, or is that fine given the totality of the circumstances here?
Leucocrystal violet is perfectly fine for blood enhancement, particularly in the areas where you already see blood and you're simply trying to see if you can get more detail in a pattern.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is just another photograph that shows the front door without all the chemicals, the stain from the leucocrystal violet on it.
And prior to chemical processing, what's observable here in terms of blood spatter?
You actually have some on the ground right outside, which would be the concrete patio right outside the front door. You have some dripped blood areas here, and you have some transfer patterns in here. So again, things that indicate that there's struggle going on. The intensity is increasing, and this is moving, has moved outside and then it moves back into the foyer area.
So after they've moved back inside here, what's the first thing you're looking at with respect to the body's position and the blood transfer around the body?
Well, here, one of the biggest things that's different from the rest of what you've seen so far is just simply the amount of blood spatter. We go from areas where you have a few small stains here and there in different locations to a foyer area where you have significant blood spatter. You have blood spatter all the way up this door, all the way up to the area above the door, on the wall over here, which would be on toward the west end of the foyer, and of course significant amounts of transfers, blood saturation, transfers on the lower end of the door. What that means then is that the bulk of these injuries, particularly the blunt force injuries, that's happening here.
Okay.
So
after she is moving or is moved back inside, that's when she's going to suffer the majority of the injuries, including the fatal injury to the forehead.
that's correct.
What are you taking note of with respect to the doorknob and deadbolt right there?
Mainly just showing that you have the significant amounts of blood spatter around here. Doorknob gives you some height reference. You're roughly halfway up the door, and you can see that the blood spatter goes even in very heavy concentrations up here, up above the door. And if we come over to the wall to the right, we're still at the height, up at the top edge or above the door. And basically we've got really heavy blood spatter concentration going all the way up inside this foyer.
Are you able to tell the directionality of that?
There's really multiple different directions, because you can see just right in here you have some areas where you have blood that's coming upward like this. You have areas up here where you have blood that's coming, some of it almost straight into the wall, some of it coming downward here. So there's a variety of different directions. And this blood here, because of all the different directions and the different areas of concentration of the stains, you're looking at multiple blunt force impacts and cast off that's associated with that. Cast off being that you're swinging an object or weapon and blood is being cast from it and striking the wall.
This is just for orientation, this next slide?
Again, this is just another photograph where you can see that the various different amounts of blood. Obviously, her body's not here, so you can see that the concentration of transfer blood here. So this means that there's a lot of movement that took place by somebody that's close to the ground, and the broken window and the tearing of the curtain and those things.
Okay. Now the window there was broken by one person, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're talking about the different types of spatter we have on both walls there, as well as multiple transfer patterns on the door and the floor. In terms of your experience evaluating crime scenes, what does the variety and quantity of blood spatter and blood transfer in the foyer here indicate to you relative to the intensity of the stroke that took place?
Here you're in the very intense blunt force impact. When you're getting blood spatter of this nature with that much volume distributed over that much of an area, these are very forceful impacts to do that. We do in training where you'll actually create impacts like this, and it takes a lot of effort. We'll do things like saturate it. You take a sponge and saturate it with blood, and then strike it. Put it on a 4x4 and strike it, and do things like that. And to try to get that much blood spatter, it's very forceful. So this means you're looking at forceful impacts, and then also the height of the blood, how much you have it distributed all the way up, all the way above the door, high up in the room. is indicative of a long weapon, something with some length to it, not just simply a short, heavy object, but something with some length to it.
What does it indicate when you have a downward motion indication for a particular sample of blood spatter? For example, you had indicated some of the ones above the door there present in large volume. We're moving downward. What does that mean?
Well, downward, for example, here when you have some of this blood where you actually have some downward drops, that can be from, and is most likely from here, from cast off as an object is being swung downward. So if you've got a fairly long object, you're swinging it overhead, you're casting blood off of it, and that blood is coming in, hitting this wall, or being cast and coming downward as the object is swung. And of course, if you consider that you have a lot of transfers with multiple different directions here, then what you likely have is Brandi Peters low down toward the floor being beaten by somebody who's swinging or wielding a weapon coming down on her, striking downward and swinging it downward. Some of this blood spatter that you're seeing here is from the impacts, and you're getting upward directions of drops because the impact is occurring lower and the blood is then being distributed up the door from the actual impact. But most of what you're seeing that's up high, that's not coming from the impact itself, that's coming from cast off as a weapon is swung down toward her.
If that cast off you were talking about right there and then to the portion to the top of the door is being caused by someone swinging downward, that would require them to be some distance back swinging towards the door. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now there was also blood spatter discovered behind that curtain. Is that correct? On the door itself? That white curtain near the top of the door?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a person swinging forward and facing the door wouldn't be able to deposit the blood spatter behind the curtain, correct? That would require someone to be on the other side of Ms. Peters' body, closer to the door?
Right. To get the stuff behind the curtain, what you'd have to do is either have impact spatters that are coming upward behind it from underneath, or cast off spatters that are coming down behind it from up above it.
What are we looking at in this next photograph?
This is showing the east wall of the foyer, and again, you have significant amounts of blood spatter up high, going all the way up the wall that's depicted in the photograph, and similarly, some different directions, so a lot of downward stuff here, and that's again consistent with the cast-off spatter of a weapon that's being wielded and is being wielded in different directions.
You've indicated here on this photograph that there's large impact spatter traveling downward. What does that mean? What if any significance does that have?
In order to get the spatters that are traveling downward, most likely you're talking about cast off. The impacts you'll get up this high, for them to be traveling downward, they would have had to originate it somewhere higher than that, or they would have to arc over, but they would have to be fairly high impacts. For cast off, that's different. You can use particularly with a longer weapon, you can fling blood at all types of heights and have it coming downward. So a lot of this that you see in here is from actual impacts, meaning when the weapon strikes, hits the blood that's already there, blood is distributed out and it hits the walls around it. And the higher stuff is likely coming more from cast off, though you could get some impact spatters if you're talking about a fairly high impact and fairly forceful impact.
How would the weapon being wielded have to impact, and in what direction would the person wielding it have to be facing in order to deposit that cast off at the top of the photograph here?
You'd have to be swinging a weapon downward this way. So the blood would have to come off the weapon and then come downward and strike the wall from higher than where it is. Now you can get a certain amount of arcing of it that, you can cast it off and it sort of goes up and then comes back down, but you won't get a whole lot of that. Mostly when you're seeing cast off like that, it's coming off the weapon and it's coming downward as the weapon's being swung from out here, and you're getting all this blood that's traveling downward.
So that cast off would have been caused by a downward motion of the weapon being used while facing this wall?
Yes, likely facing the wall. Not necessarily having to be square to the wall, but that the weapon is being brought in a downward fashion, basically toward the wall. You wouldn't be swinging it out across the other side of the foyer and getting that. That would be coming from being in that direction. You can, though, also get with cast-off spatter what's called back cast-off, which is when you bring a weapon back to basically get ready for the next swing. As you bring it back, you can be casting off. So you could actually get cast off like that if the wall was to your back and you were swinging in front of you in the opposite direction.
Okay. So in any event, the weapon that deposited this cast off has to be moving perpendicular to the door. It's either moving forward towards this wall, or if the person is facing the opposite wall, they would be casting it off as they come back to strike again?
Basically so, in order to get it on that wall. So you could get some if you're sort of at an angle to the wall, but you would be basically in the direction of that wall, toward that wall.
Previous photograph. All right, we're back looking at the front door here. What were you wanting to emphasize regarding the front door photo again?
Well, here again, you have, showing that you have all this transfer blood. There's a lot of movement in blood here, low, and of course you'll see there's some over here on this wall as well, various different transfers. So what that indicates is that this isn't static. She's not in one position being beaten repeatedly and causing all this different blood, that she's moving about. That's why we have a lot of blood here where there's transfers, yet you saw in the final rest point for her was basically out here in the foyer away from that area. But the fact that you have transfers over here on this wall, you have all these transfers here, that this is a fairly dynamic thing that's going on. So for a good while, she's struggling. And there's a lot of movement going on of somebody, whether it's her or an attacker or whom, but somebody moving about and causing these various different areas of blood transfers.
So it's not as if she's just knocked unconscious as soon as she gets back inside the door. She's mobile and moving from position to position, up and down for some period of time.
There's a lot of movement that's taking place, that's correct. So, because sometimes you'll see beating cases where everything's just concentrated in one area, and that's indicative of a person, as you mentioned, is just basically rendered unconscious. They're not fighting or resisting in any way, and the person that's attacking them is just repeatedly striking them in a similar manner. That is not what you have here. You have very much the opposite of that you have blood in all different directions, transfers in all different types of directions, so that means that there's a lot of dynamic movement going on here. And that can be attributed to her, but it could also be attributed to the other people moving about as they're attacking her.
And you've indicated here that the blood is radiating upward near the top of the door. What does that mean? As opposed to the other cast off you talked about where it was moving downward.
You actually have some, in addition to these downward drops and stuff in here, you have a number of drops that are fairly close to straight in. Up there at the top of the door. So again, it's indicative of the fact that there's some type of a longer weapon being used. You'll get with short weapon hammers, hard objects that are short and things like that. You'll often have high volumes like this, but it'll demarcate, at a certain particular point up the wall. usually right around the height of wherever the wound is. So if a person's being beaten in the head and they're maybe in a seated position, then where their head would be in a seated position, the blood is right around that area and below. When you see blood like this, where it's going all the way up the walls, you even have some stuff in the ceiling and things like that, that's indicative of a longer weapon being used, because you're actually having to project the blood in those areas and be able to get it up high enough to put it above the top of the door and basically all the way up inside that foyer.
Would a 32 caliber revolver, is that of the length that you're discussing for what could have caused that cast off above the door, or would the object causing that cast off have been longer than that?
It would be something longer than that. Exactly what it could be. Baseball bat length, it could be crowbar length, it could be something like that, but you're talking about something that's got to have at least some length to it. Because when you're swinging an object, the amount of blood and where the blood goes is a combination of how much force you're applying, but also how long the particular weapon is. If you can imagine, if I took a ball and I throw it in my hand like this, I can't throw it nearly as far as if I put it on the end of a stick and then throw it, because it's in engineering terms, it's what we call a moment arm. You're able to increase the amount of force. Same thing like with a wrench. If you put a longer wrench on a bolt that's hard to turn, and it gets easier to turn, you're able to apply a greater moment of force. And that's what happens here. You're able to apply a greater moment of force, and you're able to reach higher, and so you can fling blood all over a room, including ceiling and above the doors and things like that you can't do with a really short object.
Here we're looking at the blood transfer patterns at the bottom of the door. Anything of significance you note here?
Mainly just another view of it, showing, you can see, there are a number of different directions, and if you look at all this feathering in there, that tells you things about the direction of it, and you've got a lot of movement in various different directions. So again, very dynamic right here, that this is whatever's moving around in here, and of course, given the height, that's consistent with Brandi Peters' head. If she's down on the ground while struggling, but whatever it is that's moving in there is moving around quite a bit.
So even if she's on the floor at this point with her head towards the door, she's not yet unconscious. She's still moving at that point.
That's what it would indicate, is that she's still moving at this point, because there's a lot of movement in this blood, and that would be consistent with the level of her head if she's down on the ground. But this is not where she comes to rest, and there's obviously a lot of movement in different directions. So that would be consistent with her still struggling at that point, or some other movement going on. But typically in a beating case, when you see that, it's because the victim is still struggling.
What are you noting of significance on the west wall here?
You got some impact spatters, again up here fairly high, with some downward drops. Impact spatters over here that are higher, that's ones where she's likely standing and being struck. So the combination of these various impacts here, the other wall in this area, as well as the blood low, indicates that, again, once she's outside, comes back inside, beating continues, she's probably not on the ground immediately. She's being struck, and then, of course, eventually she's going to be suffering more and more injury, and then eventually ends up on the floor, and then there's more injury inflicted until she's finally killed.
You've noted a transfer pattern about a quarter of the way up the wall there. What, if any, significance is that of?
That's, again, just another transfer. That looks like that could very well be a hand, which would be consistent, again, if she's struggling, and when you consider that there are other transfers down in here, then that could be either from her or from an attacker getting blood on their hand, touching the wall for, either in balancing themselves or trying to use the wall to maintain control of what they're doing.
This is a close-up of the sign?
Yes.
So we see around the possible handprint there, that there's impact spatter at that height as well?
There are. You've got some drops coming downward and some other areas. And then, of course, the what appears to be likely a hand impression on the wall.
How about lower down on the wall? There's some additional transfer marks you've noted.
Yes, there's some additional transfer. And I think the next slide actually shows the fact that there's various different directions in these transfers. So again, you know, what you have here is quite dynamic. Somebody's moving around and moving in different directions with blood on an object that's touching the wall and moving around.
How many homicide investigations do you think did you say you've worked on?
As a police crime scene investigator, probably several hundred, couple of hundred, and then I've reviewed hundreds as a consultant since then.
In terms of the measure of the fight or struggle that Miss Peters exhibited, how dynamic was this fight? How hard did she struggle?
It's a pretty dynamic struggle. I would say that most of the beating deaths that I've worked would be indicative of less struggle than this. Now, I've seen some that were equal to, if not surpassing this, but you very often see less indications of struggle, more rapid incapacitation versus here where there's just this movement all over the foyer indicated. So there's a good bit of struggle that went on.
What are you noting in this next photograph on the floor here?
Here you have on the floor, you have some impact stains here, and this side of the floor you do not. And this is, we have a good bit of blood saturation around the floor in here, and then you have some areas of what we call void patterns, or areas where there's here, maybe not quite voids, meaning a complete absence of blood, but the concentrations of blood in certain areas over here is much less than various areas of transfer impressions in the blood.
Okay. This transfer pattern you're noting here, what, if any, significance do you attribute to that?
Well, it just indicates that there's some type of an object that has that pattern to it that came in contact with the floor, had some blood on it, came in contact with the floor in that area. And of course, you sort of have a demarcation in the blood here around her. And this is kind of in that area where we talked about that there's not a, I wouldn't really quite use the term void, but there's a sort of a demarcation in a area where there's just not very much blood in comparison to the other parts of the tile floor.
Is this one of the transfer patterns you were just talking about?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, did you determine about this particular transfer pattern?
Well, you can see there's some linear patterning to it. And so that can be from footwear or some type of an object that would create that sort of a pattern. So something that has those sort of linear striations in it, had blood on it, and touched the floor at that location.
Okay. Was this one of the probable footwear impressions that you identified, or were you not able to make a determination about this one?
I would say it's most likely a footwear impression because of those linear striations. Whatever the object is, it has to have that sort of a patterning to it. So, obviously, there's not a clear pattern where you could look right at it and say that's clearly somebody's foot, but that's it has linear striations in it, and so just by analysis of what potential items could be there, footwear would be probably top of the list.
So you may not be able to compare it to or to identify exactly, just based on the photo that you have there, exactly what shoe make or brand or type that is, but you're able to classify it as a probable footwear impression?
I think so. I mean, I would certainly treat it as that. As a crime scene investigator, I would be photographing that and looking at doing enhancement and things like that to try to bring out more detail. But that would be the way that I would at least be treating it, as though it's a potential footwear impression.
Now, did you have an opportunity to compare this impression to the shoe impression standards that were taken from the first responding officers?
Yes, there were some standards that were taken, and I didn't find anything in the standards that appeared to match with that particular pattern.
Okay. This next transfer pattern being noted, is that a different one than we were just talking about?
Yes.
What, if anything, were you taking note of relative to that transfer pattern?
There's actually some additional swipe areas here. So this in particular is a transfer pattern, and again, it looks like potentially a hand, could be from a foot, but could be from a hand. So the main thing with that is, again, you have a transfer pattern, you want to consider any type of enhancement that you might do with it. Is there any type of ridge detail in it? So if it's from a hand or a bare foot, do we get any ridge detail that could be identified back to a particular person? And then, taking comparison quality photographs to show that detail to be able to match it to something else.
But this was not one of the probable shoe impressions that you were able to identify, correct? This is just a transfer pattern of some type.
Right. There were two that were denoted in the previous slide. This one's the one up against the wall, and then there's another one sort of in the middle of the foyer, and that one is on I think on the next slide here. And that one is likely footwear, that you actually have sort of these kind of rectangular impressions right there. Something like you might see on the lug of a boot, or a shoe that has a work shoe type pattern to it. But that would be, again, something that I would treat as potential footwear impression. It appears to be likely from some type of footwear.
Okay, so this is the second potential shoe impression in the foyer area there. Were you also able to compare this probable shoe impression to the shoe impression standards taken from law enforcement?
Yes.
And
I'm going to object. You gave a lot of certification and possibly processing, but you didn't, I don't believe you were certified in actually doing comparison identification of footprints. That's what
Let's not get into making speaking objection, please. You know better than that. If you want to be heard, ask to go sidebar.
yes,
All right.
We'll go sidebar.
You can proceed, Mr. French.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Knox, I just want to clarify as we go through these potential shoe impressions here. You don't do the actual inclusion, which is to say, if you have a standard to compare and say, yes, that's the shoe, you don't do that. You do the class comparisons and exclusions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you able to exclude the law enforcement shoe impression standards as being the source of this probable footwear impression right here?
Yes, there did not appear to be from the standards that were provided.
In this next photo, you've identified a blood droplet right there near the carpet line. What, if any, significance did you attribute to that?
You have a single blood drop, meaning so blood was just dripped from above. It's a fairly round drop, so there's not any real movement associated with that. But as you'll see in the next slide that shows a close-up of it, that blood drop is actually sitting on top of some transfer stain. That means the transfer stain occurred first, and then the blood got dripped onto that particular area.
And what, if any, conclusion did you draw about that particular transfer stain?
That transfer stain doesn't really have any particular patterning to it, but it means that the struggling had occurred. It's a transfer stain on the floor, And so this could very well be from struggle that has moved around on the floor, and then this dripped blood occurs later on, which means that this is most likely being dripped by an offender. The biggest key when you see that at a crime scene is that when you have blood that's being dropped after the bulk of events have taken place, then it means you have some type of a sustained blood source. And that's usually associated with an attacker who has sustained an injury during the course of an attack and then is now dripping blood. So that's an area that you would want to get a sample of and then compare that and see whether or not that's victim's blood or whether or not that is coming from another person. Because obviously if it's not the victim's blood and it's coming from another person and you don't have any evidence of any other victim here in this particular location, then that would be blood that's coming from somebody who's involved.
Now, was this particular blood droplet that you've been referring to swabbed and tested in this case, or no?
I didn't find any indications that it was ever sampled, and certainly if it wasn't sampled, then it couldn't have been tested.
Is this another transfer pattern you've identified here?
Yes. This is an area where there was a blood sample taken from the foyer floor, and you see the scale was placed in that area.
And you don't do the DNA analysis yourself?
That's correct. I do not.
This is a close-up of the same impression?
Yes, as that area there is where one of the blood samples that was collected from the foyer was collected.
Okay. Was this one of the probable shoe impressions that you identified, or no?
No, I think this was an area that the crime scene investigators identified as an area that they wanted to sample.
We don't see any of the circular droplets like you were talking about before, consistent with a still constant source of blood. Is that correct?
That's correct. In that area, that is correct.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is just a close-up of that area where the blood sampling took place, but there's potentially some impression again. If you see, you've got some linear striations here, so like this one here, you have one here, and you have one there. So not a lot of detail to it, but an area that could potentially have been another footwear impression.
And were you able to identify this one as a probable shoe impression, or is this the same one you were talking about just a second ago that you weren't able to say that it's a shoe impression, just an impression of some kind?
It's an impression of some kind. I think probably the biggest thing that I noted with that is that that's an area where enhancement would be good to try to see if there is any more detail there that could help you to identify whether it is a footwear impression or not.
Okay. And I meant to ask you this before, relative to the two probable footwear impressions you have identified so far. You said that they both excluded the officers as a potential source. Did you also compare them to each other to determine whether they were from the same source or a different source?
Well, they have different patterns to them. Now, the only thing you'd have to consider there is whether or not you're looking at different portions of a particular piece of footwear, but they're very different in terms of one, again, had this sort of linear striations and one had more of a lug pattern to it. So that would be the issue, is that they are very different from one another, but not having complete impressions. It would be, you can't say for certain that it's not just two different portions of the same footwear.
It would essentially require a boot heel and a tennis shoe toe area on the shoe if it was going to come from one shoe, correct?
It would be a shoe that would have to have different patterns. It'd have to have both one portion with some linear striations on it and one portion with this lug type pattern to it.
What are these next points that you've marked in the blood saturation?
There is some additional transfer patterns that are in that area, those two circled areas.
Close-ups of each of those?
Yes, in fact, the next slide kind of shows some close-up areas, and one of the things that's noted here, you see these various different drops that are pointed out, and it says skeletonization. A skeletonized blood drop is one that if you deposit a blood drop and it starts to dry, they dry from the outside in. So the outside edges of it will dry faster than the interior portion of it. And so if you have one that partially dries and then something touches it, it will remove the liquid blood from the middle, but not the dried blood from the outer edges. So you'll get this brown stain that's empty in the middle. Then that's what we call a skeletonized blood drop. So again, you have various different blood stains here, deposited, allowed to dry, and these are small stains, so when I say allowed to dry, that can be on the order of seconds, not necessarily that there's a long period of time going here, but seconds to minutes is what it would take to do that. And then something touches it and removes blood from it.
Is there any indication for this particular sample of what would have caused the skeletonization?
There's some patterning in here that, again, could be from footwear. You have some various different sort of rectangular shapes, such as that shape right there. And you have some other rectangular shapes here. So that could potentially be from footwear. It's just there's not a whole lot of detail there to know. But this one here is sort of outlining it. There's a skeletonized drop right there, and then you have this sort of rectangular pattern that could be like a lug from a boot or shoe, but there's not a lot of detail, so I wouldn't really want to say that that's in fact from footwear impression, but very well could be.
So this isn't one of the identified probable footwear impressions?
No, I think that there's some type of transfer impression is the way I would say it, because clearly you do have those rectangular shapes, but whether or not that's footwear or there might be some other object that has that rectangular shaping to it, but something has touched in that area, left that shape to it, and has removed some of the blood from those blood drops.
What are we looking at in this next photograph?
There's again some transfer here. This movement right in here, this looks like possibly hand, fingers as well. So again, another area that would be where you would want to consider potentially you could get ridge detail, and you may enhance that with an alternate light source. You may enhance that with chemicals to see if there's additional ridge detail there that might be identifiable to say fingers or toes.
Now we're over on the carpet, just a few feet away from where Ms. Peters' body was found. What, if anything, of significance do you note there on the carpet?
This is mainly just an area of saturated blood. So saturated blood generally means either a lot of dripping in one area or some blood source was in that area for a long enough period of time to deposit that blood. It wouldn't take that long if you had a fairly profuse bleeding. Something could have touched it, been there for a couple seconds, and then deposited that. But there's a good bit of saturated blood in that one particular area.
And so if that were Ms. Peters, for example, she would have had to either fall in there or been hovering above that area, maybe on her hands and knees to deposit that quantity of blood in that place?
That's correct, yes.
The next photo appears to be of the bottom of Ms. Peters' socks. She wasn't wearing any shoes when she was found. What, if anything, of significance did you note about the bottom of her socks?
Well, the main thing there is that any potential footwear impressions that you have, she's not wearing shoes. So the only thing you would get from there would be sock or cloth impressions from the bottom of her feet. You wouldn't expect to see any type of linear striations, lug patterns, or anything like that from her feet.
Okay. Next, you've noted a shovel in the area of Ms. Peters' body. What, if any, significance did you attach to that?
The shovel, of course, the consideration there is whether or not that would have been potentially a weapon or been involved in some way. It's located not very far from her body, but the biggest thing is that there's almost a complete absence of blood on that shovel. There were some police reports indicating no obvious signs of blood. I think there has been at least one drop or a small amount of blood identified on the shovel, but that would not be consistent with the type of blood I would expect to see on the shovel if it had been used to inflict those kind of injuries and all that blood spatter. I mean, you can see the amounts of blood that you have over in here and that you have over in here in this saturation area, and any weapon associated with that would likewise have significant quantities of blood on it, not a small drop or small quantity of blood. It would be covered in it.
We'll probably do for a break, wouldn't you, at this time?
This is a fine point, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we take 10 minutes? Either side need anything?
There you are.
All right, I'll let the jury step out this deputy.
Court is back in session.
Sorry, yep, okay, got it. All right, I'll just give it a chance. Yes, I'm miming. I know, guys, I know. Okay, am I back? Okay. It's been a day, guys. It's been a day. So we're hearing from the second part of Michael Knox's testimony, and I don't think the jury can deal with long stretches. So he started with facing the front door out of. So there was a picture facing the front door out of the bedroom. There was no blood on the carpet. So the majority of the injuries have yet to be inflicted. Small amounts of blood drops on the door frame and down the hall. And we said not a lot of bloodletting yet. That was always, when he said that, I was like, ugh, not a lot of bloodletting yet. Just terrible. So there was an earring on the ground. It was consistent with struggling or fleeing. Then there was the lamp that was on the floor. And then there was, outside the house wall, there was a little bit of blood. So he's the reconstructionist, right? He's trying to put this together. So he thinks it started in the bedroom. There's a little bit of blood. And then, she's running down the hallway, and there's, some blood. But it's what causes this blood to go, even if you're running, you got a bloody nose. If she got punched and she's got a bloody nose, ripped ear. I mean, what is causing all of this, and then she's outside and she got pulled back in. Ugh. And again, this was between 6:50, it's basically 7 o'clock and 8:30. Why why didn't anybody hear her? I mean, she must have been screaming, yelling, screaming, swearing, just anything, everything. It just blows my mind that nobody heard. They showed the patio floor outside, some small amounts of dripped blood. The intensity has increased. And again, I'm thinking, does she have a bloody nose? Does the attacker have a bloody nose? She was shot 7 times. I don't know. So then they showed Brandi in the foyer. They actually did show her. Suffered most injuries here, as we saw from all the blood. Yeah, a long object to achieve that height on the wall above the door frame. She was mobile and moving within the foyer. Then you see the door. There's a lot of blood there. And then she's dragged. I think they probably grabbed her arm and dragged her. I think that's what happened. I think she was, her head was up against the door. They probably dragged her in, or he dragged her in, whoever dragged her in. She fell, maybe. Here's the door. Head hit the door on the bottom. And then they dragged her over. Because her arm was kind of behind. Oh, her arm was out, so they probably used her arm to drag her out. Michael said it was a very dynamic struggle. Then they showed a picture of a possible footwear print. And then there was a blood drop from another person in the foyer. And then he admits that there was a small amount of blood on the shovel. But it was not used because there would have been more blood on the shovel if somebody used that. So. All right, let us move on. We got 2 more. This one's 41 minutes. The next one is 50 minutes. So 5, 6, we'll be done maybe around 7-ish, I'm thinking. All right, let us move on. Let's see. Henry Segura. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I don't mean to yawn. Sorry. Okay. Okay.
Back in session.
Secretary, please remain standing for the jury.
Everybody be seated. You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Okay, Mr. Knox, we were talking about the position of the shovel relative to the body. Were you finished with this photograph, or did you have further comment regarding?
No, I think that was it.
This is a closer image of the same in the next photograph. Anything of additional discussion required for this photograph?
No, same.
It appears that this is a shovel in a more sterile environment. What, if anything, did you want to determine based on a closer examination of the shovel here?
Excuse me. Just here you can note, because I actually put a ruler next to it, that the shovel was actually 2 feet 3 inches long.
And what, if any, significance did you attach to that?
Really nothing, because while the length of it could be sufficient for what we saw in the blood spatter, the complete absence of any blood spatter on that would preclude it from being a weapon.
Okay. What, if anything, of relevance did you attach to this close-up of the head of the shovel?
This just shows that there's actually some dried dirt or mud that's on the shovel, but yet there's no blood on the shovel. So again, it's just showing the condition of it in comparison to the amount of blood that's there at the scene.
In the course of your experience, have you had opportunity on cases where soil analysis can be done to exclude or include potential sources of soil deposited at the crime scene?
Yes.
How's that work?
Well, generally what you would do is if you had, say, this, you've got some soil on that, you would submit this, and then you would submit soil samples from whatever potential locations where you think that the shovel may have been used. If it's the yard around the house, then you could get some soil samples and submit those. And if you had another location where you think it might have been used, you could also get soil samples from there.
Okay. What are you noting here on the right side of the photograph?
There was a little bit of purplish spatter on the shovel that was consistent with, and it was on the side of the shovel that was closest to where they did the processing with the leucocrystal violet. So it looks like it may have even been a little bit of leucocrystal violet that got on the shovel when they were doing the processing of the other areas.
Okay. And what are you looking at in this photograph?
Just another view that shows it. You can see all these very small purplish spatters right through in that area and around this way.
Okay. Anything else relevant between the comparison of the front and back of the shovel?
There's just photographs showing again the front and back of it, and how we don't really have any significant amounts of blood on there at all.
All right, what are we looking at in this photograph?
There are some saturated areas of blood. I think mentioned that before earlier. And there are also several transferred blood stains in areas on this carpet immediately adjacent to where Brandi Peters' body was located.
Again, indicating that she would have been moving around even on top of the carpet over there.
There's obviously some movement in the area. The saturated area would have put her at some point bleeding in this area. And then the transfer stains could be either from her or from another person.
Okay. Back to a shot of the foyer. Anything else to speak of here?
This is just showing the area. So the body's been removed. The chemical processing has not been done yet. And then the subsequent slide shows after the leucocrystal violet was applied. And of course, what you see there is some additional impression evidence. What appears to be hand impression here. Obviously some type of swipe mark through the blood there. And there were several other impressions that came up.
Now, were you able to identify a number of probable footwear impressions once the leucocrystal violet had been applied?
Yes. Excuse me.
And does this photograph depict the location of the probable footwear impressions?
It does, and they're lettered circles. These are my letters, so A, B, C, D, and E, showing areas where there are some probable footwear impressions.
And before we go through those individually, did you compare any of these probable footwear impressions, the shoe impression standards provided by the first responding officers?
Yes.
And were the officers excluded from having deposited these footwear impressions?
Yes, they did not appear to have come from the officers.
Similarly, did you compare these footwear impressions to each other?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether they were deposited by the same or different sources?
There are different patterns within them in the case, and most likely you're talking about more than one source here, because you have, as we'll see as we go through the close-ups of them, they have differing patterns to them.
Okay, so because we don't have complete footwear impressions for each of these, you can't rule out the possibility that some of them are from the same, but what you're saying is that there's different patterns for each one of these?
There are, and we'll see that in the close-up photographs.
Okay, and based on your experience, what is a different pattern amongst footwear impressions or probable footwear impressions most commonly indicate?
Well, if you have multiple different patterns that are from different types of footwear, then it obviously would mean that you've got more than one type of footwear. So that's most often associated with multiple people. Because obviously, the only other way you have multiple footwear is that somebody has to be changing footwear during the course of what they're doing. So in terms of what's being deposited in the blood, then you'd have different impressions, which would indicate that you have more than one footwear, likely more than one person depositing it.
And just to clarify, Ms. Peters wasn't wearing any footwear at all at the time, correct?
That's correct.
Other than her socks, I mean.
Right, she did not have any shoes on.
So would this be what you had marked in the last slide as impression A?
Yes.
Okay. What do you note with respect to this footwear impression?
This is just kind of an orientation photo where it is. If you actually go to the next slide, you'll get a closer view, and you can see the type of patterning to it. So you have some sort of curved patterns in this area. You have some straighter, sort of rectangular patterning in that area.
And were you able to determine whether the part to the right side of the photograph near the ruler there was the heel or toe of the impression?
It can't really tell for certain because there's not enough of the total impression to really see.
Okay. Is this a different impression than the one we were just looking at?
This is B,
Okay.
and of course you can see you have this sort of not quite linear, but these patterns across like here.
Okay. Is this a farther back picture of B, or is this C we're now looking at?
This is all going to be C coming up here.
All right. Is this a close-up of C then?
Yes,
Okay.
This is a close-up of C, and again, different type of shape to it. There's some curved stuff here, and then you have some almost rectangular-looking portions of it in here.
Okay. Is this the same one, or is this another one?
This is D,
Okay.
and D, again, you have this linear shape through here, and then you have these other portions of sort of almost rectangular extending off of that.
Is this one here E?
Yes, this is
Okay.
E.
And what did you note about this one?
E, again, you have just some different shapes to it. You have some various different lines in it, different geometry to it.
What were you taking note of back from this perspective?
This mainly just, again, gives a little bit different view of so you can see that the shovel is right in here. You can see where she is here, and debris that's on the carpet, knocked over basket, so just a different view of showing what's there.
Okay. In this photograph, you're looking at a gunshot wound to Ms. Peters' right ear, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if any, significance did you attach to this?
Just showing again what this wound is, that she has a gunshot wound to the right side of the head, and then of course there are a number of different wounds to the head as well. So like subsequent slides will show some of the blunt force.
Some of the different types of injuries sustained?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's multiples different blunt force impacts to the head. You can see various different wounds leading up here.
What type of weapon would you expect to have caused those laceration style wounds like that?
I mean, it could be a lot of different things. What you typically see when you're looking at a weapon and trying to compare it to wounds would be any type of shape. So where you have a straight laceration, and particularly where you have straight bone fractures, you're looking for a weapon that has something on it that's straight like that. Sometimes you'll get curved wounds where you have something that a weapon has making an impression that's curved, or various different things like that. So here you have fairly straight lacerations. They're fairly, most of them are fairly short, so it could be really a variety of weapons that have some straight edge to them or some straight portion to them that could cause those.
Is this blunt force trauma still, or is this a perforating or stabbing type wound?
These are apparently from blunt force trauma. There could be some type of perforating or stabbing depending on what you're being struck with. So you could have a weapon that has maybe a sharp edge to it or has a more pointed side to it, and that could create what's more of a an incised or impressed type of wound.
Do you have any opinion about the type of weapon or object that would have caused this first wound here that we're talking about?
It really can be a lot of different things. That, like I said, something that's fairly straight. There's not much curvature to any of these, but that really could include a lot of different possible weapons.
Okay. Is this one here that we're looking at a picture of additional gunshot wounds to Ms. Peters?
Right. This is one of the gunshot wounds, and you can see that there's actually a connection between the gunshot wound to the arm and to the chest. That's not uncommon that you'll get because arms can be moved around where a bullet might go through an arm and then into a person's body.
So this is on Ms. Peters' right side, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any reason to think that these wounds here correspond to the blood spatter on the right side of the hall, or what would be the right side of the hall if you were moving from Ms. Peters' bedroom out towards the front door?
That could be associated with the blood spatter that was along the right side of the hall, because the particularly wound to the arm, you would begin to get some blood to the surface fairly quickly. The extremities tend to bleed more than
Are these wounds that we see right there, can you tell whether those are entry versus exit wounds?
that is actually, this is a graze wound. So the bullet basically just crosses the arm this way, and then this is an entry wound.
Okay.
So what tends to be associated, I think, is what's being demonstrated here by the medical examiner in the photograph, is that graze wound can align to this. So a bullet can graze the arm and then go into the chest.
She would have had to have been struck from kind of the front and perhaps to the right in order to have sustained that, correct? In other words, she's not being shot from behind when she sustained this injury?
That'd be correct, yes.
Okay. And this is another photo of the same injury?
Yes.
This is on her left side now. What are you looking at this for in terms of significance to the reconstruction?
This is another gunshot wound, and this one is actually moving in a downward direction. Again, I think the key thing with all these different gunshot wounds in the different directions is just like with the blunt force and with the blood, we don't have statically a bunch of gunshot wounds coming in from the same direction on our body. They're coming from very different directions, which is indicative of that there's relative movement going on between her and the firearm. That can be that the person shooting her is moving around her, that can be that she's moving around them, or what's more likely is that they're both moving because of a struggle, and therefore shots are coming in different directions.
Now with this one, you said it was traveling from up to down, is that correct?
That's right.
So her body would have to be kind of either bent over or on all fours or something to that effect in order to have sustained the shot from that direction?
Right. What you can know is that the firearm had to have been above the wound and firing across this way. So you can tell where the firearm is relative to her body. Now that could be a lot of different possibilities, as you suggested. If she's bent forward and somebody's standing pointing a gun straight at her, then you could get that relative downward positioning. It could be a combination of other things. It could be her in a lower position and somebody standing over her. It could be a person that's just holding a gun up, or some combination of that where maybe she's a little bit lower and leaning forward and the person is shooting down at an angle, and you get that same effect.
Okay. What about this next wound on Ms. Peters' back?
This one is, again, another gunshot wound, and it was actually documented as being an upward shot. So again, we've got shots coming from different directions. Front of her body, you've got one that's going downward. The back of her body, you have one coming upward. So there's a lot of relative movement between her body and the firearm, which could be from a struggle or from something similar happening.
In terms of the direction that this projectile traveled once it had penetrated Ms. Peters' skin, you're saying that it's going up, which in this photograph would be from right to left?
That's correct. It's going basically in this direction, like this is the way that it's documented.
Okay. Would that require the same kind of positioning you were just talking about relative to the front left chest area on Ms. Peters? Would she have to be bent over or some other manipulated position in order for the bullet to take that trajectory?
Right, most likely, because obviously if she's standing up, then the person would have to be holding a gun down here and shooting upward. But more likely is that she's not in an upright position at the time, that she's leaned forward or something like that.
Okay. This is another gunshot wound?
Yes.
And what does this one depict?
That's left shoulder, and that one is from front to back, going basically in this direction.
Okay. So that one that projectile actually exited?
I don't think it did. I think that was actually found inside of her. That this is the entrance wound, but the path of travel will be front to back and slightly left to right relative to her body, so basically like that.
Is that small laceration then down directly kind of below the entrance wound there? Is that just the unrelated laceration?
I don't have a notation to recall if that's, sometimes you get what's called a slit-like exit where you get a bullet fragment that exits. It's lined up with that, but I don't have a notation if that's in fact an exit wound or from something unrelated.
Okay.
One thing about this particular gunshot wound is there is powder stippling around the wound, which means the firearm's fairly close to the skin at the time of the shooting.
Within approximately what distance?
You're looking at probably something around 6 to 12 inches, something like that. So the firearm is fairly close. When you talk about powder stippling, when you get past a couple of feet, you stop seeing that. So you're talking about probably fairly close.
Okay. Next injury?
And that's right forearm, another gunshot wound there, which is right to left and upward relative to her body. But again, this you can see the stippling again. So it's another one where the firearm is fairly close to her arm at the time that the firearm was discharged.
Okay. Now this is one of the gruesome impact or strike photos of the injury that was fatal. What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw about this particular injury?
Well, the biggest thing there is, of course, that would have been a very bloodletting injury. By the time that you get to this type of blunt force trauma, that's where you're seeing significant amounts of blood spatter. That would be associated with what happened in the Foyer.
So this is going to be one of the last injuries she sustains, if not the last injury?
Yes.
Okay. This circular injury identified underneath her scalp on top of her head, what, if anything, were you able to conclude about this particular wound pattern?
You have what's described as an ovoid fracture, but you can actually see this round pattern to it. So again, when you start looking at a weapon, you're looking at something that would create that type of a round pattern as opposed to the linear fracture that we saw on the back of her head.
And this may be an obvious point, but I think perhaps it bears mentioning it. The shape of the wound is going to typically correspond to the shape of the object which causes the wound. Is that correct?
That's right. Pattern impression, just like it would be if you struck anything else. And what you see then when you see different shapes like that is that it's either different weapons or different portions of the same weapon that has different shapes to it. But certainly different wounds that have different pattern impressions to them.
What about these lacerations to the left side of Ms. Peters' forehead?
These also have some ovoid shape to them, and if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there's actually depression in the skull, but there's a more rounded shape to it. So whatever is involved here, you have some linear fractures and you have some more rounded or ovoid type fractures. So it's either multiple weapons or it's one weapon that has different surfaces to it that has created that.
And if it's one weapon, based on the cast-off you identified, you would expect that, is there a particular length you would expect that item to be?
I would say at least a couple of feet. Okay. 2 to 3 foot type of weapon, but something that's got at least a little bit of length that you can swing it and be able to project that blood that was high up on the walls.
Okay. What about these perforated wounds to the right side of Ms. Peters' forehead?
Again, you have some lacerations to the right side of her head, and they've got sort of a almost a teardrop shape to them. So you'd be looking at, again, some type of weapon that has some type of similar teardrop shape to it. And again, that could mean something different than the other injuries. That could mean one weapon that has different surfaces on it, such that some impacts create one pattern, some impacts create another pattern, but certainly you have different distinct patterns within those injuries.
Is there any particular weapon or object you would suspect of having deposited these injuries right here that we're looking at?
Difficult to say what exactly it would be. There could be different types of things, tools, hammers, things like that could have different shapes to them, but it's a fairly distinctive teardrop shape to those particular injuries, which is, again, different from what is shown on some of the other injuries.
Okay. This is kind of a crescent wound shape pattern on top of Ms. Peters' head. What, if any, conclusion did you draw about this injury?
And this is kind of more of a curved laceration. You can actually see that it sort of a half moon curved laceration. Again, could potentially be a different portion of a same weapon, one that has a straight portion and has some curved portion to it, and you get a curved laceration on the curved portion and the straight lacerations on the straight portions.
This is another angle of the same wound I think you were discussing earlier, is that correct?
Yes, that you can see curved laceration here, and of course there's another laceration to the side of the head that's more of sort of that ovoid.
Okay. Now we're looking at the right side of Ms. Peters' face and head. What, if anything, were you able to conclude about the wounds over here?
Again, you just have a variety of different shapes, because if you see these teardrop shaped ones here, you've got one on the cheek that's a different shape. You've got ones on the top of the head that are different shape. So there's not a consistent single weapon surface that's being used here. Again, it could be one or multiples depending on whether it's one weapon that's being turned in different ways, or one or multiple weapons that have different shapes to them.
In your experience, when there's the multiplicity of wound types and patterns as you've described in this particular case, does that, in your experience, more commonly correspond to different weapons or to different surfaces of the same?
Depending somewhat on the nature of them. I mean, certain weapons, like for example, if you have a claw hammer, and you'll see round injuries if it's the ball portion of the hammer, and then you'll see almost gouging type injuries from the claw portion. And those are pretty distinctive, and you can relate that to a specific weapon. Whereas when you start to see lots of different shapes, various different shapes, and, unless you can really relate that to a specific weapon, then it tends to indicate more than one. But you really have to be able to relate that to a particular weapon and say, okay, what could be causing these different shapes? What weapon would have a teardrop shape to it, have some curved surface, and have some straight surface that you could get these different impressions? I mean, clearly, if you separate it into different weapons, you can conceive of those, but that doesn't exclude the possibility of a particular weapon that might have multiple surfaces. But you would, again, at least be considering that that's possible, that it is multiple weapons.
So the wounds themselves, in other words, don't tell the whole story. To come to any kind of conclusion about whether it's multiple weapons or multiple surfaces, you'd have to look at other evidence as well, shoe impression evidence, DNA, blood spatter, all those types of things.
That's correct. That's correct.
Moving around to the rear right side of Ms. Peters' head, any other distinct injuries here that are different from those we've discussed?
No, just here you obviously have a large number of lacerations all around the head, and of course those go again toward the fact that the attack in the foyer is quite dynamic, because you hear on her head we have injuries all around her head, not all concentrated on one particular side, which means that either she's being struck from multiple sides of the head, or she's moving about and her head is moving while being struck, and therefore you get injuries on different parts of the head.
Okay. And this is the another view of the first injury we looked at. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
This is the back left of Ms. Peters' head. Anything distinctive about that particular injury?
No, again, just showing you that you have these multiple injuries basically all around her head.
Okay. Anything of significance as it relates to Ms. Peters' fingers and thumbs here depicted in these two photographs?
Primarily, the only thing I noted with respect to that had to do with the fact that there was fingernail scrapings and the fact that the DNA that was found in those fingerprint scrapings.
Well, that's nothing you can opine about.
Right, but there's not any other. What I would be looking at and what I'm looking at here is that you're looking for particular injuries to the hands, things like that, defensive wounds. There's really not a lot of that there. So even though there's evidence of struggling, we don't really have a lot of evidence of defensive wounds, other than there are some wounds to the backs of her fingers and such.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph here?
Yes.
These are more defensive wounds?
Yes.
What, if anything, if we look at the next photograph here, what, if anything, does it indicate to you that, at least on her left hand here, at least one of the acrylic nails has been ripped off, and it appears that there are breaks or fractures to the bones in her fingers there? What, if anything, would that indicate to you?
That is obviously consistent with the blunt force impacts to the hands. So at some point, the hands would have probably been involved in the wounds, defensively protecting the head or something like that. But she actually, I think, has a partial amputation of one of the fingers and again, some fracturing there.
Is this one of the injuries that you also described as consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Here again, this is a close-up of her left hand where we see that the acrylic nail on her left index finger appears to have been broken. Do you take that into account when you're considering how dynamic the struggle is and how hard the victim may have fought against the person or people inflicting the injuries?
Yes, because you would expect fingernail breakage to occur because obviously if she's fighting back, then she's going to be applying pressure. She's grabbing at anything, things like that, being struck in the hands, using her hands to protect herself, things like that.
Okay. Next, we see some wounds on the back of her left wrist and forearm. What, if any, significance did you attribute to those?
Just some various small lacerations and such. Again, could be from defensive, could be from blocking with the hands, things like that.
All right, back to pictures of the house. What, if any, significance did this photograph here have as to your reconstruction?
This one is just showing, it's a kind of a location photograph. You can see the rear door. This is the one with the curtain that had some small amount of blood on it. That's the far end of the hallway. There's the lamp that was on the floor in the hallway, and then this is the hallway bathroom immediately over to the right.
Okay. This photograph, you've got the common bathroom doorknob circled. What, if anything, significant did you determine about that?
There's what I noted with the doorknob is just there wasn't any indications of any blood or significant blood in that area or around the door and things like that.
So I guess this would be a good time to ask this question. Would the individual or individuals involved in inflicting the most serious wounds to Ms. Peters in the foyer of the house, how covered in blood would they have been following the attack?
There would be pretty significant amount of blood. I mean, you saw the various different blood transfers, all the blood spatter that's in there. So a person that had done that would have similar amounts of blood on them, on their hands, on their clothing, on the front of their body, things like that.
Would you expect then that if the person or people who had inflicted those wounds had to open this door, that there would be evidence of blood transfer on the doorknob there?
Assuming that they hadn't cleaned up, so it would at least have to, the person would have to have cleaned up before touching the door to be able to touch the door and handle it and not transfer blood. If you went straight from where she was and then walked over to this door and touched it, that person, I would expect it would transfer at least some amount of blood from them to the door, just even in handling the doorknob. Your hands would be covered in blood.
Was there any indication in your review of the evidence, either that anybody attempted to clean up the crime scene or themselves at this scene?
Nothing that I recall seeing, no.
You have an area on the floor here circled. What, if anything, of significance did you note on the bathroom floor?
That was an area where the crime scene investigators documented a possible shoe impression.
Were you able to compare that shoe impression to the shoe impressions that you identified in the foyer area around Ms. Peters' body?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether it was from a different source than those?
Again, with sort of the same caveat as before, there's some difference in the pattern to it. So, without excluding the possibility that it could be a different portion of a same shoe as one of the others, but it had different patterning to it.
This is a close-up of that impression?
Yes.
I guess I should ask this question as well. Did you have an opportunity to compare this impression to the law enforcement shoe impression standards as well?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether the officers were excluded from having deposited this probable footwear impression?
Yes, that it's not from them.
Okay. Now, you've noted a couple of things on this next photograph. What appears to be a blood droplet on the floor of the hall, as well as a swipe mark on the door frame of the bathroom. What, if any, significance did you attribute to those?
Well, there's a swipe mark in this area here, and this blood area right here, you may recall from when we were going through the stuff on the hallway, there was a placard right there, and there was an area of blood that was identified. So that you have some small amounts of blood in this area, but again, not large, significant amounts like you see in the foyer.
And were you able to make any determination about that swipe mark as you're going into the common bathroom?
Just the direction of it actually is toward the bathroom, going into the bathroom.
Okay. And you, of course, didn't do the actual DNA analysis on whose blood that was, correct?
That's correct.
Is this another photograph of the entry to the common bathroom?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
and there's a blood stain here on this carpet in the middle of the room.
Okay. Is this a close-up of the same?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate that there are swipe marks right there. Are you able to determine directionality of those swipe marks?
It's difficult to do because this isn't actually a close-up photograph. This is just cropped from the other photograph. So to do that, I would really want to have a better close-up photograph of that area.
Okay. What, if anything, relevant about the victim's body positions here did you note?
This mainly just shows, again, that the area where they are in the bathroom, there's some very limited amounts of blood. So we don't have large amounts of blood. There's obviously some in the bathtub itself, but around the area, you have some small areas of blood such as this. You have, just fairly small amounts, very different than what you see in the foyer.
Okay. And you had started to indicate that there is a blood transfer mark on the back wall of the bath as well, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Anything of note on the grab bar there?
No, there's really nothing of note other than I think there was some DNA results, but that's not something that I did.
Okay. And then anything regarding JaVonte Segura of particular note that was relevant to your reconstruction?
Just showing where he was, and again, this is, there's sort of a very limited amount of blood around this area.
Okay. anything from the autopsy photos here that you found particularly relevant to your reconstruction?
There's not. He doesn't really have any injuries that would have provided for much blood. So that's just something to note, that you wouldn't get much blood from him.
How about with Tamiyah? Anything of particular note that was relevant to your reconstruction?
The same thing as with JaVonte, is that again, there wasn't really any evidence of any real bloodletting injuries.
And then, I guess this one would be Tamiyah. Any injuries noted with respect to Ms. Taniyah Peters?
Tamiyah obviously has a gunshot wound to the head. So there would be a bloodletting injury, which of course would probably be the explanation for most of the blood that's in the bathtub.
Okay. Does the interpretation of the gunshot wound yield any conclusion?
Similar to her mother, there was stippling present, so that means that the firearm was fairly close, and wound path is right to left and back to front and slightly downward.
Just a few more very, very brief questions here. Regarding the .32 revolver that caused the gunshot wounds to the victims in this case, is that a weapon of significant enough weight or length to have caused first the fatal injury to Ms. Peters, and then the significant cast-off spatter you indicated in the foyer?
The ability to cause the injuries, it would take a lot of strength. The weapon itself wouldn't give you much weight to inflict an injury, as opposed to, say, something that was much heavier. But with respect to the blood spatter, any firearm really would be too short. Any handgun, I should say, would be too short to be able to get all that spatter all up and down the walls and things like that. That would require a longer weapon.
And you already talked about the no determination being made regarding the gunshots themselves as to the individual's left-handedness or right-handedness. Is it also correct that you can't make any determination about which hand the individual or individuals were holding the weapons in when they caused the impact spatter around the victim's body and outside the house?
That's correct. For the similar reasons, I mean, I could hold a weapon in my right hand and swing it this way. I could hold it in my left hand and swing it this way. The impact is the same, so you really can't distinguish handedness in blood impacts.
Okay. And in your experience as a homicide detective, did you have opportunity to utilize ever, or did there ever come a time when you utilized UPC codes to develop evidence relative to any of your homicide investigations?
I'm familiar with them being used in cases, yes.
And how does that work, if you could explain that to us?
Well, I've seen cases where we've had, in one case it was a shovel actually, or a label from a shovel, and we're able to go back to the retailer and identify that they in fact had sold 2 of these particular shovels over a period of time, like I think previous 30 days or something like that, and they were able to bring up transactions so they could show video of the transaction taking place, method of payment, so if somebody used a credit card, then you can actually get the credit card number and everything from that transaction to identify an individual.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Time to take a lunch break. Can we persuade y'all to go to lunch? Just be back ready to go at 1:30. All right? Either side need anything?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. Did you hear the judge? Can we persuade you guys to go to lunch? And he's like, Oof. All right. So Michael Knox testified a little bit more. He said that he went over probable footwear impressions. Law enforcement was excluded. They showed the shovel, so we were wondering how big that shovel was, the spade, right? 2 feet 6 inches, so pretty small. Different patterns, so likely more than one person was there. Multiple blunt force wounds to Brandi's head. The shot was coming from up to down, so they were talking about, you know, the one I think it went through her shoulder, ended up in her chest. It just basically goes over her injuries, which we heard from the medical examiner. How covered in blood would the attackers be? It's a great question. He says a significant amount. And we're asking that same question, like how on earth did whoever did this would have been covered, right? No attempt to clean up at the crime scene. Then they go, the blood swipe going into the bathroom door, blood stain on the carpet. Said there was limited amount of blood around this area. JaVonte and Taniyah, they don't have injuries that would produce a lot of blood, but Tamiyah had a bullet to the back of the head. There was stripling present, so she got one close. All right, so I want to pull up a few things before we go to, I think Cross is, Cross is coming up next, but I want to pull this up. Let's see. All right, bear with me for a second. All right, so here's her house, right? I can also do this real quick. This will show how close she was. Let's see. Okay. All right, so this shows you how close the houses were, right? So they're all pretty close, right? Houses are all pretty close. So let's put this over here. All right. So let's go through the let me see. Does that help? I'm trying to hold on a sec. Hold on, guys. Bear with me for a second. I may have to. All right, let me do. Hold on. All right, hold on a sec. Let me try that again. Browser. Let's see. Okay. So let's try this. Okay, so this is Brandi's house. Okay, here we go. I think I can probably, I'm going to get rid of that. So I can make this bigger. All right. All right, so here's her house. It says it was built in 2006. 172,000 was the last time it was sold. So it was literally built and then sold. Nobody's sold it since then. Nobody's bought it since then, I should say. Right? Now it's worth $203,000. This is Section 8. It just blows me away that I thought Section 8 was like HUD, you know. Just interesting. So let's see, go through. It's a nice looking place, right? I feel like we're seeing the same pictures over and over again. Yeah, I think they're just, I feel like we're kind of seeing the same pictures over and over again. Yep. So it's 30 of 39, but they're just showing the same pictures over and over again. All right. I don't know how to get out of here. I can't. Oh, okay. Oh, there's some photos. Yeah. All right. Scroll isn't really working, so this site is really wonky on my computer. So nice looking house, right? Street view. Yeah, pretty close. I've lived in houses like that where people are that close. Don't like it. It's better than an apartment, though. It's better than having people walking on top of you, right? Here's the So presumably, okay, the one neighbor, I'm not sure which side they were on, but the one neighbor came home at like 11:15, I think she said. Then her ex-husband, who they were married at the time, came home at like 4:30. And that's the one that the dog was barking. I can't imagine how nobody heard anything, right? I mean, how do you not hear that going on? Right? I mean, they're so close. So, right? I mean, they're so close, right? Mona says it might be the camera lens. Yeah, it's weird. It's a fisheye. Well, I guess, is it fisheye? It's not really fisheye, but well, look at the car. You can look at the car. Car's probably what, 10 to 15 feet. I don't think there's much space in between those cars. I'm sorry, in between those houses. Right? I mean, that's maybe 20 feet or so. Is that maybe 20 feet in between those houses? Right? Maybe 20 feet, 15, 20 feet. Mona G, yeah, if they were home, they would have heard a ruckus, I would think. Can we find a high school nearby? Here's the map. There was a church I know. Let's see, let me turn this off. Map layers, let's see. Satellite? Oh, here's a school. Yeah, here's a school right here. So that's what they were talking about, possible football game. And it was Friday, but it was between 7 and 8:30 football game start. Yeah, right, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So that is pretty close. That is pretty close. But I mean, right? Do you think the football game was making that much noise that they couldn't hear that? What do you guys think? Would you hear that? Yeah, Pammy, that is pretty close. I would say that's, well, if a football field's 100 yards, that's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 700 yards away. All right, Pammy, the only plausible thing that explains not hearing anything is the football game ruckus. Yeah, I guess you got a band. And this is a soccer field, right? That's a soccer field right next to them. Right, this is, that's a soccer field there. Yeah, Julie, maybe planned around the football game? Maybe. Band could definitely be noisy, for sure. It's possible, but there's just so many people. So many people that live so close to each other. You would think that it wasn't. It's not like it was. It was 6:53 to 8:21, I think, somewhere in there. That's when they are theorizing that that this happened, sometime between basically 7 and 8:30ish, right? Yes, Mona G. He did park over. Let's see. There was a church, and he said he walked down the street. There's a church here. There's ministry. Yep. Okay. Here. Oop. Come on. Zoom out. So he parked in this church parking lot right here, and then he walked down this hill. He said there was a hill right here. So he parked here, right? He parked in the church parking lot there, and then he said he walked down this hill. So. Yep. Widespread panic, and it could be the folks in the neighborhood left for the games if they found the noise disturbing. Yeah. Dream Melandry, I don't understand no one hearing anything. I agree. Life deliverance. Yep. Oops. Life deliverance ministry. Yep, right there. So we parked there. I mean, there are just, not that anybody's going to hear through here. I mean, you're not going to hear there. But there are a lot of houses. It's a lot of houses. All right. What do you guys think? Baca says, hell, I can hear our local raceway at night, 4.5 miles from town. Well, those are cars versus people cheering and a band. And this is high school. I would think cars racing would be a lot noisier, but yeah. And it was November. Air is cooler. Sound travels further when it's colder. Bammy solved. Julie saying, now this is making more sense, planned and premeditated. Yeah. Possible. Guilty, damn it. That's funny. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get to the next. Closed windows and heaters. HVACs are on. Yeah, because it was November 10th, and it's chilly in Tallahassee. It could be. Could have been in the 50s. Definitely. Could have been in the 50s or 60s at November. Definitely. Mona G says, there is a high school right across the street from my house. The games aren't that loud. Yeah. I thought it might have been FSU. I thought it might have been Florida State because they're in Tallahassee, but I checked and they were in Maryland and they played on Saturday. So this was Friday. So it wasn't the college. I could understand college because you have like, you know, I don't know what's college. I know Ohio State has like 100,000. Michigan's got 100,000 seat stadiums. I'm not sure how big FSU's is, but it doesn't matter because they weren't even in the town. They were up in Maryland, so it had to be a high school, and wait a minute. Am I even looking at the? Is that the football field or no? Is that the actual stadium or no? I'm looking at that. Is that the stadium or no? That's baseball there. Is this the? Okay, that's parking. I thought that was I thought that was the stadium. That's not the stadium. I thought that was the stadium. So then is this the stadium here? That's soccer. Is that the stadium? No. Where's the stadium? Or where do they play football? Do they not play football? Oh, it's a middle school. All right, this is a middle school, you guys. So I don't think there was football. They don't have a football field. It doesn't look like. Oh boy. Is that right? I think that just shot down our theory. I don't think there's a football stadium. Damn it. Michigan, yes. Can also hear the marching band practicing. I mean, middle school will have football, right? I mean, junior high, we had football in junior high. I guess that's kind of considered middle school. But that is not, I thought that was a football field. That is not. That's just parking. And then this is some kind of, this looks like this would be the football field here, but that looks like soccer, right? That looks like soccer. All right, well, that blows our theory out of the water, guys. I don't see a football field. All right, back to square one. If it was a soccer game, it would have been much quieter. Middle school is before junior high. I think middle school is that like 6 to 8? For me, junior high was 7th and 8th grade. Is middle school 7, 8, and 9? I think elementary is up to 6th grade. Middle school is 7, 8, 9 maybe. Then high school is 10, 11, 12. Go north. All right. Go north. What's north? All right, what's north? Well, now we're getting way out of... Oh, what's this? Woo! All right, therapist, you know. There we go. Raiders. There you go. There's a football field if I ever saw one. Okay, good job, therapist, you know. Thank you. All right, but that seems pretty far away. Now that's a football field. Right? Now that is a football field. Nice baseball field, football field. All right, so how far away? Oops. It's pretty far away, you guys, right? That's pretty far away. Back on track now. Yeah, therapist, you know, save the theory. All right. God, that is far away though, don't you think? Wow, this is a nice school. They got tennis courts. That's a, sorry. That's a big stadium, but where is the, okay, hold on a sec. There's the stands right there. That's it? That's the only stands that they have? They only have those stands? That's pretty pathetic. What's it say? Richards Raiders High School. Nice looking football field, but they only have that little bit of for stands. Maybe they bring in more stands. All right. 1.27. Oh, wow, that is pretty. 0.07 miles. That is. Yeah, you would definitely hear that. That's not even a quarter of a mile. Wow, that is really, yeah. Budget cuts. Yeah, that's not very far at all. What is what's 0.07 miles? How many feet is that? 0.07 miles, 2 feet. What? That's only 369 feet? No way. That's a football? No. That's more than a football field. That can't be right, Kristen. Look at that. Look at the size of that football field. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's at least 7 or 8 football fields. 300 feet times 7. That's 2,100 feet. 0.07 miles is 369 feet. Is it 0.7 miles? Maybe it's 0.7 miles. It's 3,690. That makes a little bit more sense. Does that make sense? Yeah, 360. Maybe it's 0.7. Therapist. Maybe it's 0.7. It's a 0.07. Valerie says maybe all the neighbors went to the stadium to watch the game. Possibly. Yeah, all those trees, I agree. Yeah, the sound would have been trapped. Yeah. All right, let's move on because that is, we can come back to that, but let's move on. Widespread panic. So do we need to take a field trip to the next football game? Yeah, definitely. All right, let's move on. Get the thumbnail up. And that was fun. That was a fun little exercise. Let's continue on. All right, so this next clip is 49 minutes, say 50 minutes, and the next one after that is 20. So we're looking at an hour minus my my breaks. So 6, 7, yeah, should be done around 7-ish or so. So you can set your schedules based on that.
Come to order now, back in session.
Sorry, hold on, guys. That came at me fast. Okay, back to the courtroom.
Court is now back in session.
So jury, remain standing for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. Hope y'all got to get out and enjoy the sunshine for at least a few minutes. It's pretty out there. You may proceed, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's okay if I call you Mr. Knox? I know you said you'd rather call Mike. I'm not allowed to do that one.
Whatever you want to do.
All right. Mr. Knox, a couple of things I want to clarify. Mr. Princeman is asking you questions about those patterns that were in the foyer area and eventually in the bathroom area. He kept referring to them as shoe prints. Isn't it true that we can't say that those are in fact shoe prints? What they are patterns that could potentially possibly be shoe prints.
That's correct, yes.
Right, so they're patterns, you're not saying they are in fact shoe prints.
That's correct.
And in fact, Florida Department of Law Enforcement went back and tested it and found one that was in fact a shoe print, and the rest of them were indiscriminate or undeterminate nature.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. The other thing I want to clarify is nothing in your analysis that we just walked through and looked at is inconsistent with this being done by one singular person, correct?
I don't think there's anything that just flat out excludes a single person. I think that would be probably correct.
All right. Let's go and let's talk about certain things. And as I understand it then, what you basically are doing and what you did here is you go back and you look at the crime scene. And in some ways, not necessarily, I'm not saying you're being critical of Tallahassee Police Department, but you're pointing out things that could be done in addition to it.
That's correct, yes.
And of course, with everything else, hindsight usually is 20/20.
Agreed.
Fair to say that there's really not ever a crime scene ever that there's not additional things that could be done.
I think that's fair.
You also had some experience in investigations, non-crime scene, where you're a homicide investigator as well as your road officer as well, correct?
That's right.
Responded to domestic calls and things like that?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that typically when you're talking about kids that are 3 years old and 6 years old, they're not going to join in the fight in a domestic.
I think that's fair, yes.
And in fact, most of the time, 3-year-olds, 6-year-olds, kids of that in that time are actually going to hide from the fight.
Often, yes.
Okay. All right. And we talked about, so let's go through some stuff real quick if we can, and I'm gonna, well, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to go over there to manipulate this thing. Let me see.
Not helping Madam Court Reporter too much, Mr. Fuchs.
I was talking to myself, I apologize.
I understand, that causes her problems.
So let's just go through some items here. Item number 4 here, or photograph number 4 and 5, which are the 2 photographs of that window in the bathroom. First and foremost, this window is what, about 8 to 10 inches wide? Pretty narrow?
Pretty narrow. I don't know exact measurements, but it's a fairly small window.
And then you testified that you did not find any evidence in reviewing this particular case that there was any processing done for fingerprints.
That's correct.
Showing you Forensic Specialist Annie Pressey's report. I should take a look at page number 2 there. Doesn't that report, Annie Pressey, say that she actually processed it both interior and exterior for fingerprints?
Yeah, she used bichromatic powder. That's correct.
Again, review, mistakes get made, right?
That's correct.
A lot of stuff with this case.
That's correct.
Let's talk about the phone cord if we can. I keep hitting the wrong button. This telephone cord indicated that it had been cut, right?
Yes.
And part of your determination is that there was a struggle ongoing in this particular case, and that's what probably led to it being cut?
Well, I don't know exactly at what point it got cut, but the cord appears to be cut in one place, and it appears to actually be pulled from the wall in another spot.
And that's a fair point. You don't know when this was actually cut, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, Brandi didn't suffer, Ms. Peters didn't suffer any lacerations that were consistent with being from a knife, did she?
Not that I recall, no.
All right. So if they're struggling in this particular area over this, and the phone is cut with a knife or scissors, you would expect at some point if they're struggling, she would have some sort of wound from a knife or something that would cause that particular cut. Would you not?
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, it doesn't guarantee that she would have a wound, but yes, if you would anticipate that there was knife or scissors present.
Okay. And she didn't have any of those wounds, so we really don't know that this has any connection at all with anything going on, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you talked about these black scuff marks, both here and on the doorway that goes into the master bathroom. And you talked about how they could be analyzed for comparison purposes, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You would have to have something to compare them to, would you not?
Right. You could do analysis just for chemistry without something to compare, but to be able to make a match, you would have to have some other standard that you're comparing it to.
Okay. And your client wasn't arrested for a year after this, right?
I believe that's correct.
All right. So really getting whatever he wanted that particular evening really isn't possible, was it?
The likelihood certainly diminishes as time passes, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, he wasn't even identified as a witness, as even a potential suspect or person of interest on the days following this event, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Sure. And one of the other things you brought up was this photograph and subsequent photographs of the bullet that was through the door and subsequent trajectory rod, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that there's really no documentation of what position the door was in because we see it in this position here, and then later on in the next photograph we see it actually open.
That's correct.
Right? Isn't it true that there were numerous photographs taken of the scene as they walked through it and as they initially got there? And in fact, there's an entire video that shows before the crime scene did anything at all, correct?
That's correct. That's
all right.
correct.
And it documents that this door was actually in this position at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then actually the purpose of this one is actually to show that the trajectory actually went through the door and then later deposited it there at 17, right?
That's correct.
So it really was documented as far as the angle wasn't, but it was documented as to the position of the door, correct?
Right, and I think to clarify the point that I made there was that you can typically attach the trajectory rod to the next point where the bullet goes and then show what the position had, the door position at the time of the shot, and that wasn't reflected, but you're correct in that there are a lot of shots or photographs that show that the door was almost closed during the time that they initially encountered the scene.
But regardless, that shot came from the master bedroom, did it not?
That's correct.
Okay. And whenever let's go if we can, talk about your blood spatter analysis there at the doorway exiting the home. You made findings that there were impacts that were made on Ms. Peters, both while she was standing upright, later on down by the doorknob area.
That's right.
And then finally on the ground.
That's correct.
So she was struck at all three different levels.
That's correct.
You're aware that's contrary to Mr. LaFort's testimony just the other day where he said that she was struck only on the ground?
I wasn't here for his testimony, so I don't know.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the weapon that was used. You keep talking about a bat.
Well, I mentioned bat as being something that would have the length, but it could be anything that's long like that. So it could be a bat, it could be a crowbar, it could be a number of different things, a stick, anything that has just enough length to be able to get that blood spatter up high like it was.
Isn't it true that if a bat was utilized, we'd be looking at more of a linear type of wound?
It would depend on the particular weapon, but yes, if you have just a straight weapon, then you should have straight linear wounds. So you obviously have a weapon that has some other surfaces or multiple weapons, as I said before.
So even though you're using the bat as an example, you're not saying there was a bat was used in this case?
No.
And in fact, it's not consistent with the wounds. A bat would not be consistent with these wounds, would it not?
Not with all of them. Some of them could have been, but certainly not all of them.
Which one?
Well, there's some linear abrasions, particularly the back of the head. There's a laceration. Those are fairly linear. But the other ones that are curved, the ones that have teardrop shapes to them, things like that, would not be from a bat.
And in fact, the skull fractures are not consistent with that either, because they're round, are they not?
There were some linear ones, but there are some round, ovoid type ones as well.
And it's hard to tell from those photographs, but what we're really talking about is about an inch, are we not? Round?
That's correct.
So very small.
That's correct.
You would agree that that's not a bat?
That's definitely not a bat, yeah.
And you mentioned a crowbar. Also true that a crowbar wouldn't have made those injuries as well.
No, not unless it's got some type of attachment or fitting on it or something that makes it, that would have that shape. A typical crowbar would not.
Okay. And you would actually agree with me that as it relates to a revolver, that a revolver is in fact consistent with each and every one of those wounds as far as the shape and curvatures and everything like that. Revolver's got multiple, well, let me ask you that first.
I don't know that I would say it's consistent with each and every one of those wounds. A revolver does obviously have different surfaces to it that could cause different types of wounds. But it would not cause the blood spatter that you saw there, and it would not necessarily cause, I mean, like for example, the ovoid fracture, those are, as you pointed out, about an inch in diameter. There really wouldn't be anything on a revolver that would be an inch round that would cause that. So I don't think a revolver would be the weapon.
You've been working in firearms for a while?
Yes.
Familiar with the old 32s that were the old police guns?
Yes.
They had a very small round handle, did they not?
Yes. It's not exactly round, but yes, it's fairly small.
Pretty close to being round though.
Pretty close.
But that's the same shape as we were talking about, is it not?
I don't know that I would say it's the same shape. I mean, the ovoid fractures that are on there are pretty round, but really without a specific one to compare it to, there wouldn't be any way to know for sure.
You would agree with me, first and foremost, that the gun barrel could cause the smaller lacerations in the hands and head of Miss Peters.
Possibly. I don't think you could exclude it.
Okay. You would agree with me that the curved lacerations on the head could be caused by the hammer and or the cylinder of a revolver, correct?
You could potentially get some the curved abrasions and or curved lacerations, things like that from.
And actually, what you told Mr. Prince earlier was that it could be a singular weapon with all kinds of different shapes to it, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be consistent with what a revolver is it not?
A revolver would have different shapes and different surfaces. Yes, that's correct.
Let's talk back. Okay, so finally, the one thing you didn't agree, you said that it wouldn't necessarily cause that 1 inch round, correct?
Right. I mean, you'd have to have one to compare to know for certain. But
it's consistent with that, is it not?
I don't think you could just outright eliminate it, but you'd have to have something to compare to. If you had one that had that type of a shape to it that would match that, then it could be included, but it would have to have that sort of a shape to it.
And it would be consistent then with grabbing a longer barrel 32 caliber and swinging it as if you would a hammer, would it not?
As far as the ovoid fractures, I think that's you couldn't exclude that.
Okay. It'd have to take somebody that can give a lot of force, would it not?
It would take a lot of force, that's correct.
Somebody that's strong?
Yes.
Used to dealing with heavier metals? Picking them up by dealing with, I mean picking them up, moving around metal as a part of their employment?
I mean, I would say strong. If that employment involves needing a lot of strength, then that's a conclusion you could probably make, but.
Let's talk a little bit about that shovel. Oops, wrong button again. When we're looking at this shovel right here, shovel's been used, has it not?
It looks like it has, yes.
Pretty good amount. We've got striations here that indicate it's been used for digging.
Yes.
Residue of excuse me, residue of dirt.
Yes.
Okay. This isn't really consistent with the Mexican cartel purchasing it in order to leave it as a calling sign, is it?
I mean, I don't know much about Mexican cartels and what they do, but I think what I would say is it's not a brand new, straight from the store shovel.
Okay. And in fact, Brandi's, as you indicated earlier, Brandi's blood was actually found in numerous parts of this particular shovel, was it not? Indicating it was there at the time. Not that she was struck with it, but it had the spatter.
There is some blood on it. Yes, that's correct.
Earlier, you also talked about an earring, and I don't think I took note of what slide that one was, but you said that it had been found near the shovel.
I don't think it was near the shovel. It was near, if memory serves me, it was in the hallway area next to it's next to a baseboard, so it's by a wall.
Okay. You got that zoomed out on? Showing the previously introduced as 28R.
State's exhibit.
Yes, State's exhibit, excuse me. It actually was found back in the bedroom, was it?
Oh, it was
not?
in the bedroom, yeah, okay.
And then there's a second one that was found on the tile area of the entryway close to where Brandi was laying, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Not by the shovel?
That's correct.
All right. I might have misunderstood you. I'm not trying to say you said something different. I just want to make sure I cleared that up. I think Miss Dugan's throwing things at me. You talked earlier about a lot of this events, if you will. There was a center cushion on the couch that had a large amount of blood deposited there that was consistent with being Tamiyah's DNA analysis showed it was Tamiyah. Remember Tamiyah, excuse me. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It would kind of indicate, I think you were talking about earlier about where events where you would agree that would indicate where she was shot and then later pooled that blood, correct?
That's correct.
And then in looking at your analysis and striations there at that door, it appears as if she was carried into the bathtub and then placed on top of her brother and sister, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the length of the weapon. I know you keep saying it could be a longer one. We know it's not really a bat. We know it's not really a crowbar, even though those are the examples you use. Isn't it true it could be simply from someone taking their arm and casting it off? You would agree an arm is a 2 to 3 foot weapon, if you will, holding something that they're using to beat somebody. So that cast off could have been done simply from the arm motion, could it not?
I mean, I would say I could not definitively say 100% that that's not possible, but that's very much inconsistent with what you see in crime scenes where weapons are identified and you recognize that shorter weapons held in the hand without a lot of length to the weapon, you don't get high spatter like that. The longer weapons give you that high spatter up on ceilings and high up on walls.
True, but that obviously. But you would agree with me that what it takes to get spatter to one location to another is the velocity of that particular spatter.
The velocity of it, yes, and when you're talking about like cast off, you have to get it high enough so that as it's coming down, it reaches the area where it's located.
Right, sure. And when you're talking about velocity, obviously certain of us can move our arms a lot faster velocity than others.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay. And really when it comes down to physics, it's the amount of that velocity. Physics dictate where it actually goes. You can generate more velocity with a baseball bat type of situation, but at the same time, somebody can generate that same velocity with just using their arm, could they not?
It would be a very forceful movement of the arm, but I don't think you could exclude that.
Okay. And you would agree with me that this brutality of this attack on Brandi Peters in the Foyer was in fact something that was extremely done out of anger and frustrations and things of that nature, is the kind of injuries you would see to this kind of beating, would you not?
I mean, typically when you see strongly violent attacks like that, anger could be associated with that, but I don't have a mechanism to diagnose and say that that's necessarily out of anger. That could be for a variety of reasons. It just, from a reconstruction standpoint, it's a very forceful, violent attack.
But clearly something that's personal to the person that's doing the attacking.
I don't know that I would agree with it, simply because I think that's sort of not quite really within the wheelhouse of what I'm looking at.
So you're not disagreeing, you're just saying it's not my wheelhouse.
Right. I mean, because the thing is for me to say that as an expert opinion, I'd have to have some diagnostic tool or some way of really coming to that conclusion. I don't think that your premise is wrong, but I don't think I can give that as an expert opinion and say, yes, I can diagnose and tell whether or not somebody was angry or not angry based upon the attack.
Sorry. Took a lot of notes, unfortunately, so I got to look through and make sure I'm covering stuff I want to. You talked earlier about void patterns, and you showed that foyer where you had the one void pattern area.
That's right.
It's the only void pattern you found, correct?
Right, that one side of the foyer.
And void patterns are created by a person that's there or something that blocks the trajectory of the blood, correct?
That's correct.
And you found one of those?
One area of the foyer, one side of the foyer, basically, yes.
Photograph we're looking at in your photograph number 122, and I believe you said this is a trajectory that goes from top to bottom.
Right.
Ms. Peters is only 5'3".
That's correct.
So her attacker probably is a little bit, either she had to be laying down as you talked to earlier, or it could be simply that he's taller than she is, they're struggling for the weapon, and in the struggle, her arms got hold of it and it goes down trajectory. Entirely possible as well?
That's possible. Just what you can tell from that is that the weapon has to be above the location of the wound.
And just for clarification, you were in fact hired by the defense.
That's correct.
And we already heard from your partner that he gets a salary of $2,500 a month or a week. How much have y'all, between the two of y'all, billed the defense? I think the state's paying for it, but overall for your work on this particular case?
I don't know what the amount is. I haven't looked at the records to know exactly.
Fair to say it's a pretty good chunk of change. How many hours?
It's been quite a few hours of work, so I mean it's going to be a fair amount.
Yeah. And how much do you get paid now?
I think here's $200 an hour.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find there it is. Okay. Now, earlier you talked about the fact that you couldn't tell whether somebody was in fact a left-handed person or a right-handed person doing the shooting. And I understand you can't really tell which hand the gun was in.
That's correct.
Right? But when we look at this particular diagram, you can see a convergence here of two different gunshot angles, are you not?
You do, yes.
Okay. And that conversion is right up against the wall, is it not?
It's fairly close to the wall.
And we go back and we look at this, the trajectory of these. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. This is actually facing at this angle, is it not? So it's actually coming from a little bit left to a little bit right and downward, is it not?
It is.
So you would agree with me, in order for that to be fired by a right-handed individual, they would have to be almost like this shooting, would they not?
No, I don't think you'd have to be that close to the wall. They could be out a little bit, but you really can't tell handedness from anything related to trajectories because, like I demonstrated, I could hold a gun this way, I could hold a gun this way, and I'm using two different hands, but yet the gun doesn't change position. So you really I would not ever say you could tell anything about handedness from the way that a shot's fired.
So you would not agree with me that that's more consistent with someone pointing with his back this way and then rotating and shooting out that doorway?
No, I don't think you could make that assertion.
Okay. Earlier you talked about a single drop that was a vertical drop in the foyer. If you were processing this crime scene, you certainly wouldn't swallow every single drop of blood, would you not?
Oh, no, definitely not.
And in fact, multiple swabs were taken from blood all over the foyer, the hallways, and everything like that, and all gave indications for being Brandi Peters' blood, correct?
That's correct.
So in going through your analysis, it's entirely possible that the perpetrator came in and was led into the home. There was no sign of forced entry, correct?
That's correct.
Tamiyah Peters is sitting on the couch. Apparently her back of her head is turned towards whoever it is that assaulted her, correct? Because she was shot in the back of the head.
Shot in the back of the head, yes.
Okay. And she was shot right there as she sat on the couch.
That's what it would appear, yes.
Your experience in a homicide investigator, as well as your crime scene, would indicate that she probably knew who that person was if she had her back to her and was just sitting there calmly.
I don't think I would diagnose that simply saying, I can't say that it's a matter of knowing the person versus not realizing that the person's there. There could be different alternatives to why she's got her head turned. In fact, you don't even know that she's sitting there with her back to the person the entire time. All you know is at the moment of the shot that it's coming from the back of the head.
But it's not inconsistent with that, is it not?
Well, I think in terms of inconsistent, you're correct. I mean, you couldn't rule out that possibility.
And you said earlier you take a look at the crime scene as a whole and not just the individual things, correct?
That's correct.
Sign of no forced entry, the sign that she's right there at the couch, kind of indicates that somebody was led into the home and would have been standing there, correct?
I would say you couldn't exclude that, but I couldn't diagnose it that way and say that it has to be that or that that's somehow consistent with that as opposed to other possibilities.
And you would agree that that is probably the thing that started this entire event? In the front door, first person there shot?
Really no way to tell that. There's nothing here to sequence when she's shot in comparison to when Brandi Peters is killed or any of the other children.
Well, it was close proximity.
Close proximity, that's correct.
And so it's not consistent with her running away from whoever it was that was shooting at her and been shot from a distance, correct?
Well, again, I mean, all you can tell from the shot is what's happening at the instant of the shot. So you couldn't even exclude that and say, well, you could run away from me and then I could catch up to you and shoot you and still be in close range. So I don't have any way to tell what's happening in the events leading up to or immediately subsequent to, just that at the moment of the shot, firearm is from behind the head and that it's close.
And then the attack on Miss Peters happens at the beginning, back in her master bedroom, correct?
That's where it would appear that it begins.
And there's certainly at least one struggle over a gun. You had the one high shot that went out the window, as well as a shot through her boob. I know you can't sequence when each shot occurred, but it appears that there was certainly a struggle there over the gun.
Yes.
And at some point, she took refuge, if you will, in the bathroom area because the person's shooting at her when she's in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And somehow she's able to not only escape that bathroom, but also her bedroom in general, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Possibly when the person is reloading it, because we're talking about a revolver, right?
Yeah, I could be any particular reason, but that's certainly a possibility.
And her ability to escape not only out of the bathroom there, but out of the bedroom in itself kind of gives away that we're only talking about one individual, because if you had multiple persons, somebody's going to be blocking those exits, would they not?
Again, I really couldn't say that. I mean, you could make that inference, but there's nothing in terms of the physical evidence that would establish that that is or is not the case.
Is or is not the case. It certainly is within the realm of your examination.
That's correct. There's nothing where I could say that there was or wasn't somebody blocking a door or anything like that, because there are multiple possibilities. Somebody could be there and she just managed to slip past that person. There's just no way to really discern whether or not somebody was or was not there.
And then given the fact that we're talking about a 3 and a 6-year-old that are still survivors, being JaVonte and Taniyah, certainly reasonable to feel they went and hid in the bathroom, right?
I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think the physical evidence necessarily says that that did or didn't happen.
Okay. And then whoever it is obviously chased her down the hallway.
Yes.
Drops a couple of blood on the floor, as well as the transfer that we see on the wall.
That's right.
Actually shoots again down that hallway and leaves that projectile that's out there by the artificial tree, right?
Yes.
And somehow she gets away from that person and out the front door.
That's correct.
She's struck outside the front door at different levels, both upright and a little bit lower at doorknob level.
That's correct.
She's pulled back into the home.
That's correct.
And then that person is beating her there in the hallway, both upright, doorknob, and on the ground.
That's correct.
And then following all this, goes back and drowns the kids.
Well, again, I can't really sequence that. Whether they were drowned before, during, or after, I couldn't say.
But that fits the evidence, is it not, as a whole?
Well, I think the way I would say it is I couldn't eliminate that, but I wouldn't say that it necessarily fits, because that's implying that that's the solution, that that's the answer. It could be any one of those possibilities. I mean, there's just no way from the physical evidence to sequence when they were killed in comparison to when she was killed or anything like that.
And then takes Tamiyah, carries her in there, and rejoins her with her brother and sister and puts her on top. Correct.
Certainly in terms of the positioning in the tub, that's correct, yes.
And nothing in your analysis says that Henry Segura didn't do this.
I think that's correct. I mean, I'm certainly not saying he could not have had any involvement. I'm just laying out what the physical evidence indicates.
Mr. Knox, Mr. Fuchs first wanted to ask you about the 5 impressions noted in and around the foyer, around Miss Peters' body. Although you can't eliminate the possibility that those are impressions from things other than shoes, I just want to clarify, what do you, based on your experience, training, and education, view those impressions to have most likely come from?
Footwear.
And to clarify again, none of those patterns are consistent with each other. There are different impressions, different patterns to each of those impressions, correct?
That's correct.
And likewise, law enforcement was excluded from having deposited those impressions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that Mr. Fuchs asked you about was the scuffs on the wall near the phone that was ripped out of, near the phone cord that was ripped out of the wall. And you indicated that if a year passed, that perhaps any assailant who was wearing footwear consistent with those scuffs or had any other object that was consistent with those scuffs could have discarded it within that year, correct?
That's correct.
However, if a cleanup scene was located with new clothing tags and new shoe tags, and if the person had a search warrant executed upon their home within 10 days of the murder, you would expect that perhaps you could take the shoes from that home and compare those to the material that caused those scuffs, correct?
That's correct.
But that didn't happen in this case, right?
That's correct.
By which I mean they didn't compare any shoes that they took during the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Segura's home.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Fuchs wanted to ask you about the possibility that the high cast-off we saw in this case above the door was caused during a time when an assailant may have been standing up and Ms. Peters standing up. I think first of all we need to clarify again the difference between impact spatter and cast-off. Can you clarify that again?
Well, the impact spatter would be that if you have a surface, say, a person with an injury with blood on it, and you hit that, then you're going to send blood spattering away from that wound. Cast off is that whatever the weapon is or whatever you're swinging has blood on it, and as you swing it, it distributes blood onto whatever surfaces are nearby.
And those big globs of blood that we saw above the door traveling in a downward trajectory, are those cast off, meaning that they came off whatever weapon was being swung, or is that impact spatter?
There's definitely cast off in the higher spatters. There's some impact spatters fairly high up the walls, but there's definitely cast off as well. The impact spatters sort of distribute out in a sort of a fanning out type of direction versus cast off that goes in the direction of whatever the object is that swung.
And so in all the homicide cases that you've worked, both as a homicide detective, as a crime scene detective, and as a reconstructionist, have you ever seen cast off that high in the air with a downward trajectory indicating it was even higher before it hit the wall from any size revolver, let alone a small little .32?
No.
Okay. So in your opinion, that cast off was most likely not caused from any kind of handgun?
That's correct.
Rather, it was caused by an object at least a couple of feet in length. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, I want to ask you about the wounds to the victim. Let's talk first about that almost perfectly round wound on the crown of her head that was discernible once the scalp was pulled back. To your knowledge, are there 32 caliber revolvers that have perfectly circular surfaces anywhere on them?
No, not for that. I think Mr. Fuchs had referred to the bottom of the handle where you get a sort of rounded surface, but it's not circular. It's more of I don't want to say oval shape, but somewhat rounded, but not perfectly circular.
Kind of like maybe like a football without points on the end, right? Or an egg, something like that.
Yes, something more like that.
More similar to the wound to the left side of Ms. Peters' forehead that, when peeled back, looked like a depression that was roughly egg-shaped.
That's correct.
The circular wound on top of the head would have to correspond with a circular weapon or object. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Based on your training, experience, and education, although it's possible that all of the injuries could have come from different surfaces on a single item, what do you view to be the most likely cause of all the varying wounds upon Ms. Peters' body?
Most likely would be that there's more than one weapon that's involved, because there's a variety of different surfaces, and then when you couple that with the blood spatter, it would tend to indicate that there's most likely multiple objects that are being used.
Okay. Asking about the shovel briefly, based on the quantity of cast off or spatter, blood spatter present on the carpet around where the shovel was located. Although some blood was identified on the shovel, if the shovel was on the ground where it's depicted in the pictures, would you expect that that shovel would have more spatter than was ultimately discovered upon it?
I would think that there would be more spatter, and I think the purplish spatters that seem to have come from the leucocrystal violet that was processed nearby tend to indicate that if you've got any type of spattering going on in the area where Brandi Peters was killed, that it would be close enough to spatter on it. I mean, I couldn't say with 100% certainty that you would in fact have more spatters on it from it, but obviously anything that's in proximity, you would expect to potentially see blood spatter from the impacts.
And that goes for any individuals who may have been involved in inflicting these wounds as well, correct?
That's correct.
You would expect that anybody who was participating in inflicting those wounds would be covered in blood such that anything they touched would have blood transfer upon it, correct?
That's correct. If you went straight from killing her to touching anything else, that you would expect there would be some significant blood transfers.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Fuchs asked you about whether it was possible that Tamiyah was sitting on the couch and shot in the back of the head when somebody entered the home. Isn't it true that there was stippling around the gunshot wound to the back of her head?
Yes.
Indicating that the shot was fired within 6 to 12 inches of her head?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. So anybody who inflicted that wound would have had to have captured her independent of whatever was going on with the other kids or Brandi and fired the shot directly into the back of her head.
Well, what I can say is that it's close. So exactly how that happened or what took place, I really can't say. But just at the moment of the shot, that the firearm is very close to her head.
To be clear, though, it's not as if somebody could have just walked in the door and fired the shot from 8 or 10 feet away.
That's correct. That's correct.
No further questions.
All right. Hey, Juror, have a question on this one? All right, write your question down. We'll go sidebar. I have a couple of questions from the jury. Were you aware there were some gold teeth found near Miss Peters' body?
Yes, sir.
Did you attach any significance to those?
No, there wasn't anything there to associate those to any particular individual or anything like that. So.
Could the dynamic nature and possible length of the struggle indicate that there was more than one attacker?
I don't know that I could diagnose the number of attackers just on the basis of the dynamic struggle.
And this may be out of your area of expertise, but the question was asked, so we'll ask a question. Do you have an opinion whether one person could have forced Miss Peters back into the home?
I don't think I could exclude the possibility that it's one person.
Were the children's shoes excluded from the patterns that you saw in the various locations?
There weren't any standards for the children's shoes submitted, but the sizes of most of the patterns would have been larger than I would expect for children's shoes.
Any follow-up, Mr. French?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the questions pertained to the length, I suppose temporal length of the struggle and the dynamic nature, and you indicated based on that you couldn't diagnose that multiple individuals were involved. When you try to form an opinion about the potential involvement of multiple individuals, do you look more at things like the number and nature of shoe impressions, the number and nature of wounds inflicted?
Yes, because a dynamic struggle says more about the condition of the victim and what she's doing than it necessarily tells you about what any attackers are doing. It just means that, in comparison to a scene where you have a victim that's not fighting back and all the wounds are all in the same direction and things like that, clearly here there is a dynamic struggle.
Okay. And just to be clear about the footwear that the girls had, well, I guess let's talk about all four victims. Brandi had socks on, correct?
That's correct.
JaVonte was
Barefoot, correct?
That's correct.
Taniyah had one slipper on. The other slipper was located near the entrance to the hallway, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
And then lastly, Taniyah had white sandals on, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
And based on the size of the other impressions, at least the portions of those impressions you could see, those were not consistent with being impressions left by child-sized shoes, correct?
Right. It was never my impression that any of those came from children's shoes.
Fuchs.
The struggle length said you really couldn't form an opinion. You would agree that more than one person, the more people there are attacking Miss Peters, the easier it is to subdue her.
That would be correct. The thing is having a particular benchmark as to what would indicate one or two or three. That it really says more about her than it does about the number of attackers.
But again, if there's more than one attacker, especially when we're talking about 7 attackers, a lot easier to subdue Miss Peters in a shorter time frame than what we witnessed, correct?
Right. I think that's correct.
And then those gold teeth, they were consistent with being actually from Miss Peters, correct? They were found next to her earrings, right next to her body.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't recall seeing anything that identified whose they were, but they certainly could have been from her.
Especially given the brutality of the attack.
That's correct. Yeah.
And once again, those shoe impressions we're talking about, again, they're patterns that could possibly be shoe prints. You're not saying they are, in fact, shoe prints.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Prince.
nothing.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next witness, Mr. Prince.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense will address.
All right, I'm gonna take 10 minutes. We'll let you step out with the deputy.
I would like to take 5 minutes with that 10 minutes to confer with counsel.
Okay, all right, I figured you maybe wanted a few minutes. Anything else we need to discuss?
So, I guess at this point, it would be appropriate for me to renew JOA with the same arguments as before.
Yeah, I think actually at the end of the state's case, but is when
Yes.
into their rebuttal would be the critical time. So anyway, you need more than 10 minutes, Mr. Fuchs, or 10 minutes enough?
I guess give me 10 minutes to get upstairs and consult with the rest of the people that are live streaming this, and give me 15 total if you don't mind.
All right, take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Let me do a check-in on my audio. Audio okay? All right. Nope, my audio is not okay. How about now? I did some things to my mic. All right, I guess it was okay. Audio okay, guys? Checking on my audio. Audio okay? All right, I'm gonna keep moving forward. You guys will let me know if my audio is okay. All right, thank you, Krista. Okay. Surely, okay, cool. Yeah, all right, so so Mr. Knox continued on. Oh, this was the cross of Michael Knox. Audio is good, okay, thank you. Cool, all right, thanks, guys. All right, so under cross, we can't say that those are shoe prints. He said correct. Don't know when the phone cord was cut. Brandi didn't have any knife wounds, so that's why they thought if the phone cord was cut, wouldn't you have used that same knife to, continue with Brandi? That was a good point. Is a revolver consistent with the wounds? Said wouldn't say that. Revolver wouldn't cause the blood spatter. And then the shovel. It's not indicative of a Mexican cartel purchasing a shovel, but we found out that that's one of their calling cards, I guess, is a spade. Not that she was struck with, but there was some blood on it. Tamiyah was on the couch and shot in the back of the head. So I think ultimately, like what I got was, this guy's testimony, Michael's testimony, both sides were just trying to fit their theory in to what he was saying. Tamiyah was shot in the back of the head. She was on the couch. First time we actually heard that she was on the couch. I didn't realize that. But somebody could have come in and she didn't know, or somebody came in and she did know them. That's why she didn't turn around, or they could have held her down. I mean, there's so many ways this could have happened, I guess, Yeah, the ability to escape leads for one person and not multiple people. He says he can't say that. He can't say what the sequence was for the kids being drowned. He says, I'm not saying Henry didn't have any involvement. I'm just laying out what the physical evidence shows. And then there were jury questions, I guess, right? There's like a bunch of jury questions. Were you aware of the gold teeth found? Could the dynamic nature and possible length of the struggle? Was there more than one attacker? Could one person force Brandi back into the home? I thought that was, if those were jury questions, because the judge was asking him, I think those were jury questions. And then the state came back and said if there were 7 attackers, it would be a lot easier to subdue Brandi. Yeah, think about it, because that's the defense. The defense is saying there was up to 7, I guess, 7 attackers. I mean, Brandi would have, she would have, I don't think she would have done all of that. Yeah. Cajun Bayou Queen. And who is to say he didn't have Brandi unalive the kids in the tub? Ooh, you think Brandi did that? That one I don't know. I don't know if I can get with that. I don't think she would have done that. Like, how? She may have been scared enough to do that to her own kids. I don't know, guys. I don't see that. I don't see that. I mean, trust your opinions. I respect your opinions, but I don't see that. Shirley Roth, one person because there's one person have to deal with other witnesses. Yeah. Pammy says, wait, what? I missed 7 attackers. What? That's what that's what the defense is saying. What's his face? Carlos. Let's get to him. Santos. He said he hired. Okay, hold on. 7 were on the hit squad. 2 to 3 were from Tallahassee. The rest were from Chicago. Jet and Angel. Carlos picked the group but was not a part of it. Yeah. So that was during cross of Santos that he said there were 7 on the hit squad. So that's where that came from. Cajun Bio Queen. He did it and is guilty, guys. I was just throwing out a situation. Yeah, no problem. No problem. None your business. I think 7 is overdoing it. That's what the cartel board member said. He said there were 7 on the hit squad. Yeah, they were supposed to go do this hit and then dig up the yard to search for the drugs and the money. All right, I gotta see. Crystal Limited Edition, side bar. Is that a rowing machine in your background? It is. It is a rowing machine that we don't use anymore. It's sad. I got to get it down again. It's a nice rowing machine. Yeah, we used to, in our other place, we had it down. We had space to do it. We have the space here, but it's just awkward space. None your business. Bitness. Was the yard dug up? No, it was not. But that was the whole. That's what James Santos said, that this hit squad was supposed to come down, do what they did, and then dig up the yard because that's what they thought the drugs and the money were going to be. Cajun Bayou Queen. I think the first child was unalive to control the other two kids. That's okay. So JaVonte's 3 years old, right? 3-year-old. He's probably just going to be. I don't think he's not going to do anything, right? I mean, that's sad, but he's not going to do anything. The twins are 6 years old. They're probably going to fight back a little bit more, but a 3-year-old is not going to. They're just going to sit in a corner, right? I mean, you could control them in like a heartbeat, unfortunately, but the 6-year-olds probably. So maybe Tamiyah. She was shot, and then her. Okay, so if we follow that train of thought, Tamiyah's shot. Does she shot first? And then what's Brandi doing while her daughter gets shot? She's going to freak out, and then he starts struggling with her. But the struggle started in the bedroom. So if Tamiyah was shot on the couch, first time we heard about that, I thought that was, I didn't realize that. But if she was shot on the couch. Brandi's not just going to sit there and, because the struggle, they said, started in the bedroom. Because why, if she was shot in the couch in the living room, why wouldn't Brandi just go ballistic there, and then why get into the bedroom and all of that stuff? So that doesn't make sense. Pammy says, the kids were shoved in the bathroom, Brandi was handled, then the kids. But then why bring Tamiyah back onto the couch? Right? That's really confusing. I didn't know that she was deleted on the couch. That's the first time I heard that. Then you bitness. I think they all hid in the bathroom, then one came out. That could be. Yeah, that could be. Pammy says Tamiyah ran out in the middle of it somehow. Yeah, he could have locked her in, could have locked the kids in the bathroom, but then why would Brandi not be freaking out saying, what are you doing to my kids? If he had a gun, pointed it at the kids and said get into the bathroom and said, if you make one sound, I'm going to shoot your kids. Go into the bedroom. She goes into the bedroom. He locks the door, then goes into the bedroom, and that's when they start the scuffle. That could be. And then, but why shoot Tamiyah? Because she gets out of the bathroom? I can actually kind of see that. I can see him coming in with a gun, tells Brandi, go into the bedroom or else I'll, shoot your kids. Locks the kids in the bathroom, goes into the bedroom, they fight. She runs out. He ends her. And then somehow Tamiyah gets out of the bathroom? It could be. Widespread panic. I just don't understand how Tamiyah was deleted on the couch. I know. And that's the first time we heard that. None your business. Bitness. I think she probably told them to hide. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, Pammy, I don't know. It's hard to wrap my head around it, too. I agree. This is a really weird one. It is a weird one. I mean, cases are usually kind of strange. Most of these cases we watch are like head scratchers. Like, how did that happen? All right. So it's really weird because the next clip is only 20 minutes, and the state is supposed to do a rebuttal. Or I'm sorry, they were going to have one. I don't know. Let's find out. I have no idea what's going to happen with this. So let's find out. I'm pretty sure I got the right sequence. This is the only thing, but all right, let's excuse me. Pam, I agree. This is a tough one. You get a thumbs up from Pammy. Mandy Strong says, there have been many crimes where one person wiped out an entire family. There was one adult and 3 small children. 100% possible for one to do it all by themselves. I don't think there were 2. It's possible for sure, Mandy. It's just difficult, right? It's just difficult. It seems difficult. You got the popcorn ready, Krista? Cajun Bayou Queen. I think he acted alone. And Pammy, it's just so crazy. It's sad. It's just incredibly sad. That's just the bottom line. It is very, very sad. Widespread panic. There could have been more than one person, but who? And wouldn't that have been part of Henry's jailhouse confession? I know. Who else? Who else would have done this? And then why wouldn't he have snitched on that person? Is he that much of a stand-up guy that he's going to go down by himself? So I don't know. All right, let's finish this up. So this is 20 minutes. I'm not quite sure what we're going to see, but let's find out together. Okay, see you guys on the other side.
Yes, they are. So that'll conclude the evidence. Plan would be to excuse the jury at this point in time, ask them to be back tomorrow morning as normal. We'd start with instructions at 9 o'clock and proceed on to closing. We'll discuss the details of that after we get the jury out of here, and obviously we need to go over jury instructions. You renew your motion for judgment of acquittal at this point in time, Mr. France?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you wish to be heard, I'll let you be heard after we get the jury out of here. Anybody have a problem with that process?
No, sir.
All right, let's have a jury in, please.
All rise for the jury.
Any further rebuttal, Mr. Hughes?
They are.
All right. All right, so that means you've heard all the evidence you're going to hear. The next thing I'm going to do is instruct you on the law and allow the attorneys to do closing argument. It's too late for us to start into that at this point in time because it's going to, at least, I would say at least 3 hours. And that means you'd be going out to start deliberating at 6 o'clock tonight. I think that's too late to start. So what we're going to do is we're going to have you come back in the morning. I'm going to meet with the attorney, get jury instructions finalized. We've got a draft of that, but I need to finalize them with them. I do give that to you in writing. Then we'll have closing argument. Hopefully we'll have the case to you by lunchtime tomorrow. As I told you before, you need to come tomorrow prepared to stay overnight if that should become a necessity once in a first-degree murder case. Once deliberations start, you have to be sequestered. You'll be able to, call your family members, keep them posted on what's going on, but you're not going to be allowed to go home, and they're not going to be allowed to visit you. We don't advertise where you're kept. That's, it's to kind of keep you separated while deliberations are going on. So just throw an overnight bag in with you when you come in the morning, and we'll proceed from there. Does anybody have questions about what's expected of you? All right. We appreciate y'all being so responsible so far. Let's continue that. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45, same place, same time. All right, everybody be seated. Mr. Prince, do you wish to make any argument on the judgment of acquittal?
I would rely on the argument from the
All right. I deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Then discuss jury instructions Let's first discuss, so I don't forget, I might forget. Let's talk about how long we're going to take on closing. How long do you think you need, Mr. Fuchs?
Mr. Prince and I were talking about it earlier, and I think our closings together were somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour and a half to 2 hours total each. He took, I think, an hour and a half. I think I took 2 hours total. Is what he's telling me, but quite frankly, I never.
2 hours each?
That would seem to me like that would be appropriate.
Don't feel compelled to use it all.
I get a rebuttal. I get talked about it.
All right. So that's good with you, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir. I won't take 2 hours for that.
All right. I would. Okay. Before you leave today, I want everybody to go through the exhibits. I know usually I do that after I've sent the jury out. Well, but there's so many exhibits. I think you need to do that this afternoon. Get them in some kind of organized fashion. I know they're going to get rearranged a little bit over the overnight, but let's get them to where they're in some format for the jury's use. And what we need to do is come up with a list for them. The clerk probably has a list. You can look over the clerk's list, or y'all can provide a list, but I don't think it's fair to the jury to give them a pile of evidence and not give them at least a list of what we're giving them. If there's anything controversial about the title of it, we can change titles, but let's give them a list of the evidence that's going to them. Hopefully y'all can agree on that. But before you break for the afternoon, let's get that resolved and get the evidence gone through. And if you want to designate, somebody is the person to do that, so be it. But let's not try to do that tomorrow morning, or sounds like maybe tomorrow afternoon as the jury goes out. Other than jury instructions, anybody else have anything else?
Along the lines of what the court was just talking about, I do have one correction to Defense Composite Exhibit 6. There was no testimony or evidence entered this time pertaining to any of the vehicles. Part of what Mr. Knox's testimony covered last time was an analysis of the green truck. I pulled those pictures out. Mr. Fuchs has no objection, so those pictures would not go to the jury. So Composite Exhibit 6, instead of going through 6A to 6Q, we'll go through 6J times 7. That'll be the last exhibit.
6A through 7J's?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know that I've ever had.
From the PowerPoint presentation.
Sure.
Okay.
What's that?
The PowerPoint presentation had it in as well. I think they already removed that. So
you got that part. So we're going to give back the ones as to the truck. Okay. Anything else other than the jury instructions? Okay. And I don't. And if you've designated one person to talk about your instructions, the rest of you are free to go if you want. I don't care. But anyway, I don't remember whether there were objections to the instructions last time or not. Are there objections that I need to resolve as to the statement of the charge or the homicide charges?
do you mind if we can start going through the evidence now, or do you want us to wait till the court?
You need to wait. I'm easily distracted.
Yes, sir.
This won't take very long, I don't think.
Your Honor, I don't believe there are any objections. There are some editing things that need to be addressed.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to remember whether there were any legal objections that I ruled on last time. As they're set out is what the defense is seeking for lessers, first degree, second degree, manslaughter. Is that an agreement?
In terms of lessers, I don't recall whether the state wanted those lessers. I don't want any lessers, so the state want the
Was the
lessers.
state seeking the lesser?
Everyone requests lessers.
Yes.
All right. Y'all remain seated, and this is long. Well, let me turn on this microphone. So, all right. But just speak up well so the court reporter can get you. All right, so what editing are you talking about in terms of the charges, Mr. Evans?
On page
Speak
1,
up now. I'm gonna let you sit down. You gotta speak up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
on page 1,
Okay,
under introduction to homicide,
okay,
it left in murder in the third degree.
okay. Thank you. We'll take that out. Okay.
And the next would be on page 6. I just wanted, I think, to put on the record there, I think there was an amendment that was done in 2018, but it doesn't appear to affect the 3.212D. And that was the main thing I looked for, Your Honor, was any amendments since we did the trial in 2017. The other issue...
Wait a minute now. I didn't follow what you said. Are you asking to change something on 3.1?
No, sir, I was just putting on the record, there had been an amendment to that section, but it didn't include 312D. But it did, it was on some other part that did amend.
Didn't change it. We don't need to talk about it. All right? Okay. Anything else?
Yes, sir. On page 9.
All right, so that's as to the charges. Any issue on any of that, Mr. Brent?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. The
I
next
have some suggestions on other places, but, all right, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Okay, on page 8,
All right.
I think we had a question about, we're requesting that number 10 be given, does a witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness?
That didn't come up this time because Mr. Washington did not testify, so we'll strike 10. Correct?
We had requested, because there had been some talk about Mr. Santos, but...
There's no reputation testimony been presented.
Okay.
There was to Mr. Foyer regarding Gregory Washington in that statement still.
We didn't put on any of the Washington stuff. But he didn't testify, so we'll strike 10. What else?
On page 9, the second paragraph, you've heard the testimony of a child.
Right. We didn't have a child testify, so we'll strike that. We're in agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And on the bottom of page 9, defendant not testifying.
Yeah. Did we leave that in last year?
I was surprised too, Your Honor.
I don't know why that's there. Anyway, we'll take that out.
And
What else?
up until we get to page 11 on the verdict, there's a couple things on there.
Well, let's cover what's there.
Okay. There was a 2018 amendment. One was just real minor
What
on...
are you talking about?
Under verdict 3.12,
Oh,
the second paragraph,
no.
on the first...
We're not to the verdict yet.
Okay, that's...
You talking about the verdict form?
No, the instruction on page 11 talks about verdict.
All right.
There was one minor change that they made, and then one more substantive I want to address. The minor one was on the second paragraph. It says if you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense that which has been proven. The term or the word which has been changed to that in 2018. But I only bring that up, Your Honor, because it was a 2018 amendment. But what we want to add is the new standard instruction that addresses the standard instruction that it's not necessary for the jury to decide whether it's first-degree premeditated murder or felony murder. I think that will only apply to counts 2, 3, and 4, but that was added in 2018.
You're not on page 11?
Bottom of page, well, it would go on page 11 under the verdict. 3.12, and what I'm talking about, Your Honor, is the new part of it. It says, if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state has proved first-degree premeditated murder, and it is not necessary that all of you agree the state has proved first-degree felony murder. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state has proved either first-degree premeditated or first-degree felony murder. And that instruction was added in 2018, and it indicates in the standard instructions it should go after the second paragraph, or after the third paragraph. And I think it would only apply to counts 2, 3, and 4, so it would need to be tailored like you did the other instructions to indicate that applies to counts 2, 3, and 4, since those are the only ones we're seeking the felony murder instruction on.
You got something in writing, what you want me to say?
I got standard instructions. I didn't do the...
You know, if you're gonna ask me to change something, why don't you put something in writing so I can see what you're asking for? You're not just asking for the standard, you're asking me to give something different. Apparently you've thought about this, why don't you just put something in writing so I can see it? Expect me to do the work on it.
What I had envisioned was you would just do like you did bottom of page 3. It says this theory.
It would have been real nice if you put that in writing so I can see what it is you envision.
Yes, sir.
You follow what he's talking about, Mr. Brent?
Yes, sir.
Last paragraph on 3.12. So I'll craft something to add in. What else?
That would be all as it applies to the instructions, Your Honor.
The only other thing I can think of, Your Honor, is the standard instruction. I'm sorry, I don't have the citation newspaper right now.
I'm sorry, speak to the microphone,
Yes,
Mr. Brent.
The only other thing that I can think of is the standard instruction pertaining to a cooperating witness who anticipates getting a benefit from the state.
It's in there.
Oh, it is? Okay.
There are several permutations of that, but it's the same one we gave last time. It's very bottom of page 8, top of page 9. Witness who hopes to gain more favorable treatment.
Yes, sir, that's the one. Yes, sir.
Okay. Only other change I've made is I deviate a little bit from the standard on the submitting case to the jury on, I don't tell them to leave their phones in their seat. I tell them to give the phones to the bailiff. I can't imagine that anybody's real concerned about that one way or the other. All right, so I would take it on the verdict then. The state wants me to take out the interrogatory about whether they've chosen premeditated and felony or the options there.
I don't think the options are on the verdict form I received, Your Honor.
They're on the one I handed out to you. So under counts 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
1. So you're telling them it doesn't have to be unanimous on which they're choosing, then that interrogatory is wrong then.
I don't think it's necessary, Your Honor.
It's more than not necessary. It's never been required, but it was something that Ray Markey convinced me to include. But if it doesn't have to be unanimous as to their theory, then it's actually wrong.
Under these set of circumstances, I would agree with that, Your Honor.
Prince, you want to be heard on that?
I don't think it matters much, Your Honor. I mean, Mr. Fuchs is going to argue it's premeditated first-degree murder, and I'm going to say the same thing, so it doesn't matter much.
I mean, the import of it is that you could have a split in the jury, 3 thinking it's premeditated murder, 3 thinking it's felony murder, and that would be a unanimous verdict under the new instruction.
I don't disagree that that's the law.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Did you have anything else, Mr. Evans?
Your Honor, it's more of I think legally, I think we probably should add under, like on page 1.
You're on the verdict now?
On the verdict.
Okay.
where, and this would apply to each time we ask this question, but during the commission of offense designated above the defendant, I think it probably should read actually possessed and discharged,
That's not right.
as opposed to just
That's not what the statute says. I've heard you suggest that before, but that's not what the statute says. All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so I'll make those changes. I want to be able to start right with the jury at 9 o'clock. How do y'all want to get the, and then there's only a couple of substantive changes, but there are a couple. How do y'all want to get them so we can be certain whether there's any further argument to be made?
8:30 tomorrow morning.
What's that?
8:30 tomorrow morning.
If you want to email them, Your Honor, to Mr.
Yeah.
Prince and myself, and then we can,
I mean, 8:30 works if we don't have anything else to discuss and I have time, but we need to, print them and collate them. Why don't I do this? Why don't I'll email them out to you and everybody reply to me. If somebody finds an error or has an objection, I don't want to get into making legal arguments, but if it's just a typographical error or something, let me know. I'll fix that. If somebody wants to be heard legally, we'll do that at 8:30. Otherwise, I'm going to print them out and be ready to go. Okay?
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Who do you want me to send them to?
Myself, Your Honor.
And me as well, Your Honor.
And if you don't mind, Your Honor, can you include me in that, please?
Okay.
Thank you. I know you will.
Do I have your email address, Mr. Prince?
Ms. Reisinger does, Your Honor.
What's that?
Ms. Reisinger has it.
Okay. All right. Anything else from anybody?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right. See y'all at 8:30.
All right, so we just saw the end of the trial as far as defense and/or state. State did not have any rebuttal, continued rebuttal. They had already called 10 witnesses, and the defense, that was just in the rebuttal. And defense called in total 20 witnesses. Defense had 20 witnesses, state had 10 rebuttal, and 17 in their straight up first case in chief. So that's 27 plus 20, 47 witnesses. We went through 47 witnesses, right? That's a lot. All right, so yeah, that was just a charging conference. No further rebuttal. Jury will be sequestered. I thought that was pretty big. Didn't realize that. Judgment of acquittal was denied. Jury instructions. Closing will be about 1.5 to 2 hours each. All right, so we will definitely pick up on this tomorrow because West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran is not going to happen tomorrow, which is Friday. So we'll just continue on with old Henry Segura. I think we'll get through everything. I think we're gonna close the door on Mr. Segura after tomorrow because we've got a new trial starting next week. I'm excited. New trials. All right, Mandy, we'll start with you. Brandi's cell phone was not recovered and totally went offline permanently right after the same time Henry's burner phone left the scene. Yep, the burner phone he kept denying that he had. Mandy Strong, the burner phone was not able to be recovered either because he threw it away. He thought that prevented them from tracking its path of travel on the day of the massacre. Epic fail. Good night, Shirley. Thank you. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Don't tell me. Don't do that to me, Shirley. Krista says, I was following what the judge was saying and when he was talking about unanimous and the rules. All right, none you bitness. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Dreamer Landry. See you in the morning. What trial starts next week? Krista, Colin Griffith. Colin Griffith. So we're going to follow him. He's here, another guy in Florida. Unalived his parents. One, I think, in Colorado, and then one here in Florida, his mom. Mandy Strong, thank you for working so long today. Yeah, we covered 3 trials. Ashley Benefield, Natalie Cochran, and then Henry Segura. Yeah, that's a new one. It's going to be an interesting one. It'll be interesting. But he starts on Monday, and Natalie Cochran, that he thinks is going to go Monday and Tuesday, so we may pick up on Griffin a little bit later, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, but we'll see. I want to be done with Segura, though. I want to be done with him. And yes, all right, guys, I'm going to let you go. Thank you to Aaron, doing all kinds of amazing things in the back end. Thank you, Julie, who's been up. If you're still with us, Julie, I think you are. You've been up for a long, long time. So thank you, Julie. Thank you, Therapist You Know. Thank you, OnlyFan. He's probably getting some sleep. Thank you, Widespread Panic and Brat. Thank you to Hellcat, Florida PI Sam, and Rachel. You guys are the best. We have the best mods. We got the best mod right here. We got the best kitty mod. Our little kitty mod. It's a good girl. We got the best kitty mod. All right. Have a good night, guys. We will see you tomorrow. I'm going to start Segura. We'll start him at 9. Right? We'll start Segura tomorrow at 9. And we'll just go until we're finished with him. So, Velcro Super Ball. Bammy, thank you. All right, guys. Thank you, Krista. Thank you so much. Widespread Panic. Thank you. Therapist You Know. We have the best chat, don't we? We have the best chat. All right, guys. I will see you all tomorrow. And let's see. Oh, I don't have... wait a minute. I thought I had my outro here. I don't have my outro here. I got to switch over. All right, I got to switch over to the other one. Got to switch over here for the music. All right. Nope, hold on. That's just straight up music. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah.